Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Captain Quasar, and welcome back to another live stream. We got some cool stuff to look at today. Some Instagram posts as always, some Reddit news. Not a whole lot of that actually. And then one clip from the Reddit has made me want to watch the full interview of Nick Shirley on Channel 5. I've purposefully kind of avoided the whole topic just because from the beginning I remember when it first started dropping and I was seeing like the clips of Nick Shirley's originally about these daycares, and obviously we'll get more into it as we go into the video, but it always felt a little bit fishy, and it is interesting seeing what's come out of it since, and seeing how much of a dope he truly is. And I do want to just call it out before we get started. I am pulling a Tim Pool today because the hair was looking a little bit crazy. It was like, hairline was okay, but for some reason there was just this weird part that was happening. It's not really happening that much anymore because I put the beanie on. But it was like this part was happening right down my hair, and it made me look like I was balding really bad. So maybe the beanie's fixing it. When we break it into the McAllister house very soon. That's what's going to happen as soon as I step on the first rake. But let's start off with the Instagram post as always. Let a couple people join in before we move on to the Reddit. There's actually two Instagram posts that I have at the end, or I think it's three now because I wanted references. Something a bit interesting that I'd like to point out. Are we excited for next week? You're not committing to the Tim beanie if you have hair. Fair enough. I'm just wearing headphones, so I can't pull an Ethan and like do that. Just wear it like this for now. I know that just fucked up my hair. I can feel it all underneath the beanie now, but I'll just fix it right now while we're watching this. Check out this. This is truly impressive. Elite athleticism. That's all I have to say. I can't play the audio actually because it's Avenged Sevenfold, but you don't need any music here. I'll do a little bit of ambient music for you. Doobity bop 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 boom 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 bam boom 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 bow boo 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 bow 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 ow bow bow wow wow how's he doing? Wow bow. There you go. I know. Honestly, I don't know why you would train to do this, but this guy is elite. A lot of foot taps. This is me playing Peak. But there we go. You know, I like to show these off just in case anybody out there is trying to, you know, get back into athletics and they're trying to think of ways to make working out more fun. Here you go. I don't know what the fuck you'd call this, but it's cool. It's like some offshoot of free running, probably. All I hear is Michael from the office saying parkour. Yeah, it is giving that a little bit, but honestly, he's more impressive with the flip. He had to show off that he has actual skill here, that this isn't just some gimmick. This is elite level training. Shout out. Oh, this is elite level training too. Or this is what elite level training will get you. Kendama. This whole account is Kendama. Hicks Kendama. This is the gooch spike before work. That music might get claimed too. Oh no. Look at that. How does he do it? How does he do it, folks? We may never know. Precision. And here's something that everybody might need to see from Chicago Sanitation.
I hate this country, and I love not tying my shoes and littering. Let's do some duster. It'll make you high as a kite.
No, I'm not interested. Abusing computer duster is not only bad for you, it's illegal. See you later.
Just a little PSA for everybody from Chicago Sanitation. One more time for the people in back that were too busy huffing duster to listen to this PSA.
I hate this country, and I love not tying my shoes and littering. Let's do some duster. It'll make you high as a kite.
No, I'm not interested. Abusing computer duster is not only bad for you, it's illegal. See you later.
They actually do a lot of these. City of Chicago, Department of Streets, Treats and Sanitation. The Department of Streets and Sanitation, DSS, is one of the largest non-emergency departments with a team of over 2,000 employees who provide.
Damn! Trashy, 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 want trash Chicago streets and sanitation. Trashy, trashy, want trash Chicago streets and sanitation. Trashy, want trashy sandy. They can eat the piece of sign you want to buy some moments, wreath and test the rest. Gold! Oh, the humanity! Damn! Trashy, 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 want trash.
Did you know computer have naked picture?
A computer is a tool, like a bandsaw. Misuse can be dangerous for your body and your brain.
Get in the chill box, Poindexter.
They've got a point, you know. I'm scared. Damn, the duster will make you moan like that. Yeah. I've actually seen people do duster before. It's not a fun sight. I've always passed. I do not partake on the duster. I do not partake on the inhalants. And here we go. I just want to keep giving proof, more credence to the hatred of Peter Dinklage. We got to spread the message. Fuck Peter Dinklage till it's backwards. So this is some little people beef with Peter Dinklage. It's not some at this point. I think it's a majority of like little people actors. Cause that's the main critique. He's a good actor. Yeah, good for him.
Most common like little person gigs is Elf, Oompa Loompa,
Leprechauns, any iconic thing that Peter Dinklage took away from us.
This is not the first time I've heard about little people having an issue with Peter Dinklage.
Oh yeah, we got a bone to pick with him.
Fuck Chuck.
Dude, don't get us started. He opened the door to some amazing roles that most little people are not accessible to, right? And then he shut the door right behind him when he said no 7 dwarfs.
I had a bunch of people that auditioned for roles, Time Bandits, The Seven Dwarfs. When Dinklage came out and said that, it made everybody scared to cast us, so they CGI'd us.
How does it feel to be CGI'd?
It's bullshit. We were gonna go protest, but hey, the people already said that movie sucked to begin with.
The most common like...
That was the best part. I did like that. We were thinking about protesting Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but who even fucking saw it? It didn't matter. We didn't need to protest it because nobody cared. Did anybody go and see that movie? I remember when everyone was talking about when it like all the production images came out, and I was like, "This is bullshit." And then I didn't even hear that it actually got released. He's spitting at the end. He's like, we can go make money. Fuck the protesting on that part. That movie sucked anyways. We didn't even want to be a part of that one. We wanted to be a part of the one with, wasn't it Brett Cooper that was going to play a Snow White? Brett Cooper, Snow White. For Bent Key or whatever it's called, right? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Bent Keys, Snow White and the Evil Queen, starring Brett Cooper. I don't think that one even ever got released. I don't think that one even ever got filmed. I'm pretty sure that they just did these like... Yeah, they did like some like video... Oh, that's a terrible image. Let me get a better... Yeah, this is behind the scenes. But I don't think it was ever actually filmed, was it? No more live action remakes. Just make new stories. If you want to do a live action like movie, just make a new story. How hard is that? They're pretty amazing. I can never speak. There are plenty of historical like princess stories from around the world that are untapped. Like, I'm sure every country probably has these niche stories that nobody's heard of. Go to any continent, pick any country, and you could probably find one. I'm sure of it. I am like certain. It might not be a princess per se, but you know, probably a story of some goddess or some acolyte or something, and you can do an adaptation. And they're like, who knows? We can make good movies. We just need to actually make good movies and not just recreate things. But I just thought that this was important. It's a full mini kiss doc on YouTube channel, Breaking Stories with Kyle and Zio. I haven't actually looked at the full thing. I might need to check that out at some point. Yeah, I'm going to check that out later, and then if it seems like something I want to bring up on stream, maybe I will watch the full thing. Because fuck Peter Dinklage. If they have more about how much Peter Dinklage sucks, I'm more than willing to have that. I want them to do more mythological stories. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like there's just so much untapped wealth like amongst all of the stories of the world. Did I ever tell you guys about my favorite Dutch poltergeist? Let's see if I can pronounce this. Blue Garrett. Probably said that terrible. Blauwe Garrett? Gary? Is it just Gary? Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Check this out. This is insane. I said this before. I've been getting a lot of car crash posts for some reason. What's the caption here? Me on my first day learning to drive. No faith, no brakes, and no fear. If you're teaching someone to drive for the first time, they've never been behind the wheel, do not take them to like an undeveloped neighborhood or something. Drive around yourself for a bit. Find a good spot where there's just like nothing. Be like, oh, there's a parking lot over here where you can just do a couple laps around and feel the amount of... Oh, okay, let's see what happens.
Dale, pero irte recto. A la derecha, ahí, a la derecha. Dale. Espérate, para, pero no todo. Frena. El otro. El chiquitito. Echa el chiquitito. Dale, pero irte recto. A la derecha, ahí, a la derecha. Dale. Espérate, para, pero no todo.
He doesn't understand the turning radius. He just kept going like he was doing a full turn.
Frena. El otro. El chiquitito. Echa el chiquitito.
Okay, never mind. I was like, I don't think this is a manual, but I was like, I don't know. It's definitely not. And he's just like, I don't know. I guess he forgot that there was a brake. Why isn't it stopping? Throw it in park. It's not working. I mean, honestly, as the passenger, you gotta just pull the e-brake. You gotta just yank that e-brake at that point.
pediste recto. A la derecha, ahí, a la derecha. Espérate.
Honestly, with how, like, there's like a tree, what, like every like 20 feet maybe? 20, 30 feet? Probably like 30 feet maybe? I don't know. I'm bad at distance. I can't tell. But I'm surprised he didn't hit a tree immediately. He went in between them. He started doing like a slalom, I guess. Did a little bit of a slalom and then knocked like a branch off that fell on the top of the car, and then they crashed into a tree. I think there was a full wall. It must be a brick wall because they're not going that fast. And I'd be like, there's a bunch of trees on this side too. How did they not crash sooner? I'm surprised he went so far.
Pero no todo. Frena.
Or I guess he took that first tree down. Nah, those trees are too small. They're too weak. I think the ones on the other side were planted earlier. These ones are all fresh. These are all brand new. E-brake is by the brake pedal on driver's side. Well, it depends on the car. Well, yeah. I mean, fuck it. Blow it out. Pull the handbrake and just fuck it. Then you jump out, start running, scared. Cause yeah, I guess fuck. Yeah, just pull the handbrake, fuck it. Why not? Here's a little soothing song. Oh, fun poll. I took Alex the Fiction's advice and made I did a Google sheet. Let me get a fun poll ready.
You have one guitar, so you can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, shout out the Tom's Rad Show. Thanks for stopping in. Old buddy, old pal.
You have one guitar, so you can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have one guitar, so you can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have one guitar, so you can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sorry, I'm trying to make the phrasing on this make more sense because I like this first one. The first poll that I had picked out. Was anyone able to figure out why he has the pasta here? I watched it a few times and I could not figure out why the pasta was here. I think it might just be for that reason exactly of having people sit here going, what did the pasta do? It's an actual music technique to put weird things on the strings to alter the tone of the guitar string. But is it actually doing that? Because that's what I thought. That's like what I would have assumed. But it doesn't actually sound like it's getting any, like, it's making any difference, is it? Maybe my ears just aren't finely tuned enough. I can't hear it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
try some rotini. Yeah, he should really test out different pastas. He might be able to get different resonance. So the best way I can think of phrasing this poll is pick a haunting. And the first one is a jump scare cuckoo clock. A jump scare cuckoo clock is a cuckoo clock that will jump scare you at a random hour of the day. So this could happen, you know, once a day, once a week. It happens at complete random. It could happen multiple times in a day, but it jump scares you. The next one is a clairvoyant dog. You have a clairvoyant dog, but this is the thing. They have psychic abilities. They have the ability to perceive information beyond normal senses. I just want to make sure I got clairvoyance right. But they are just a dog. So they have a sight into the other world. But they are still a dog, so they can't really communicate it that well. It's like, aren't dogs already a little bit clairvoyant? Possibly. Because, yeah, it's also future, right? Like, they can see the future. Isn't that a part of clairvoyance? Ghost as a sous chef. So this is a ghost in your house. And the ghost helps you cook, but you don't really get much of a say in the seasoning at that point. So you buy the items, you know, you buy all these different things. The ghost isn't putting random ingredients in your house, but it's using the ingredients that you have in the way that it wants. So, you know, you might get some different tastes. It might go horribly wrong. Or a haunted TV remote. A haunted TV remote, it's basically like a shuffle play. You know, you can pick things that you want to watch. You know, it might play a few episodes even, but then at random you might get a random click. You know, you might get a random switch over from Netflix to Hulu. Who knows? You might get a random YouTube video that's a 10-hour long fireplace video because the ghost wants to see that. So pick a haunting. Is it jump scare cuckoo clock, clairvoyant dog, ghost as a sous chef, or haunted TV remote? And here's the thing. I understand some of these seem better than others, but you really have to think about the good and the bad. Clairvoyant dog seems like the best option, but imagine your dog is just constantly freaking out at you, barking on edge, and you don't know what's going on. You can't help. You can't really like discern what they're trying to tell you. Is that a curse you want to put on your dog? Or are you going to dedicate your life to understanding your dog's clairvoyance? But here we go. Pick a haunting. My TV already does this. You already get random suggestions. It'll just switch over to Grey's Anatomy randomly, and you're like, God, what the hell? But here we go. Pick a haunting. The clairvoyant dog is in the lead. I'm surprised. I think that might have been a glitch. I don't think jump scare dog. Okay, yeah, jump scare cuckoo clock has none. Someone actually did vote jump scare cuckoo clock. If you can get past it and you can grow accustomed to it, it might work as a good prank on your guests. You know, you can't control it, but once you've like you stop getting scared by it, it wants to jump scare. It wants to make people. It wants to put people on edge. You know, I thought clairvoyant dog would be the lead for this, but it is interesting to see where the others have gone. Haunted TV remote, you know, maybe you'll get some good suggestions. Maybe you'll get a good show that you've never seen before. It is possible. I would want sous chef, but I'm scared they do something with the knife. I guess that is a fear. You can't really communicate with them too well. They just kind of cook. They help you cook. They might pick up the knife, and then you're just on edge. They're like cutting celery, and you're like, you're just freaking out. They point it at you, and you're like, what do you need? But then they just hand you the butt of it, and you're like, oh, okay. You just want me to do something. Oh, this was another good little song. This is an invitation from Peter Schumann. How do we oppose the radically wrong system that ruins so many people's lives? Is possibilitarianism still alive? I've never heard that word before. Is possibilitarianism still alive? On break? Dormant? Join us to perform precision life and death dances with the happiness obligation Cantistoria at Bread and Puppet Farm in the ballroom, Sunday, January 18th. Rehearsal 12:30, show 2 p.m., followed by bread and aioli, and short tour of the Bread and Puppet Museum. So let's hear this one out.
In the Bible it says coffee first, okay. The good. Which is our life. Is ephemerally eternal. And bent to survive the bad. The obvious evil. Eats kids and their moms alive. Is political and elected and systematic.
I was very entranced by the instrument. I like when I find people who play these interesting instruments I've never seen before. Very cool. Go join him for possibilitarianism. And then here was a thing that I was having an issue with. So this video itself doesn't really matter.
This is my impression of my mom saying salad. Salad. What should I make for dinner?
I do not.
Salad.
I do not
salad.
talk like that.
I do not say salad.
Does this look like anybody to you guys? Am I tripping? Am I tripping out? Am I wrong? In my country, we have a recycled orchestra of Katura, Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. They make their own instruments out of recycled material and they sound great. Like, there is no difference with the real instrument. And then that's what all instruments are, right?
Salad. This is my impression of my mom.
And here's the thing, right? Obviously, it doesn't look exactly like Morgan. It does look different. They do look different. But I think this feeds into the theory that they are cloning Morgans somewhere. Ever since she talked about having a twin, it's really fed into this whole idea. You really don't see it? Looks like Morgan and sound like Ethan's accent. Just a little bit. There's something there. It's clearly not identical. Like, almost, like, no. You know what I mean? But it's close enough. This is the newest model. This was just the newest update. It's like, when you start cloning, what happens is each new iteration is slightly different than the last. You can never get perfect clones. No, and that was basically it, though. It really was just like at a first glance, it was something I thought of. Nothing more than that, truly. I think it just proves that everybody looks the same. We all look the same. Nobody's different. Everybody either looks like Dan or Morgan or Love or Ethan. Everybody looks like everybody. And here's something else I have a theory about. We just talked about cloning. But here's a new theory. Just noted for now until the next clone. Exactly. AB and Lena save Ranger, the lost pup. Now, this is sweet. But I do have to say, this is coming suspiciously close. Like, this is right after Love just, I know it's been a little bit. After Love just put out a fire, AB has to retain his place as the H3 hero. But here, let's check this out.
Okay, we're just going.
You're going the fuck out of here.
I don't know, but we're just going.
Nice rock.
Oh my god, look at that little doggy. Look at this real doggy.
It's super quiet.
Hi.
Aww.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Hi, sweetheart.
Oh, what a sweetie. Aww.
How cute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you don't know where he's...
Oh no.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh my god. Oh no. Hey, buddy. No collar?
Oh my god, hopefully he's microchipped.
Okay.
Okay.
I know, he's so cute.
But yeah, someone's definitely missing him because he looks like, you know, his hair is
Yeah,
cut.
yeah, no, he's...
Yeah.
I know. I'll be so sad if I can't find his owner.
Look at him, you guys. Look at him. He was so sweet too.
We're not gonna leave you outside though, buddy. We're not gonna leave you outside. We're not gonna leave your ass
Come on.
outside.
Yeah, no, I haven't even had a chance to look. Thank you so much.
He's like, I want water here. I got you one too.
Yeah, thanks, girl.
Hi, I just found a stray dog outside, and I want to know if anyone reported a missing dog or where I could possibly take him. Yes, I'm in front of the Wall drugstore. No, it's a little small puppy.
Should I put him back in?
Yeah. You want to say bye to the little guy?
Yeah. Oh, he's coming back without the doggy. Okay, I hope he found his owner.
Yeah, he said the old lady was looking for him.
Oh, okay, no, that's not what she told me. Okay. Okay, I'm glad.
His name is Ranger.
Really? That is such a fitting name.
He was patrolling. Good, thank you, chat. Good work, everyone.
Well,
So AB just randomly finds this dog just wandering the road and then off screen gives it back to its owner. suspicious, I must say. I don't know if I believe it. When I lived in Sarasota, stray cats used to just show up at my door, and every single time I went on Facebook and found those owners right away. It's crazy. Yeah, people, I mean, most people care about their pets. So this is what my cat looks like right now. I swear he's always laying there like he just got shot. He's always laying there like he literally, like he just got shot. Oh no, the couch is green, so it's getting keyed out. This cracks me up every time. Just head upside down. Most of the time when I've seen cats out, they're usually people let them out and then they'll just go back home, which is super dumb in the places that I've lived because there's always coyotes. And so I'll be like, come here, buddy, and we'll hang out. We'll hang out for a bit. But so now AB and Love are both faking disasters. They're faking emergency events so that they can stop these fires, save these puppies. You know, the next thing we're gonna see is one of them running out of a burning building with a baby. And then we're gonna have to ask, who started the fire? I do like that played when there was just random data moshing from the stream.
What the heck?
Now I'm confused. Is this just music that's someone else put over this, or is this music he's playing? I like actually can't tell. What even was this? Is this another homeless person started a fire? Is it a bird or a lime scooter? A lime. Yeah, I think it was a homeless person. I can't tell if they started that fire or if that thing just exploded.
987 became a member.
This is someone.
First class HC4.
Imagine you walk by and you just see some guy putting out a fire and you hear him go, "Thanks for the gifted. Thank you, guys." While music's playing out of his phone. Yeah, no, this is a completely separate fire. Oh, it was because someone gifted 10. Makes sense, makes sense.
Whose things are these? What the fuck?
Pixie Baby just gifted 10 memberships.
Bro, the scooter was burning, I swear.
At Chestnuts 446 became
I really don't want this dude's shit to burn up. Bro, that's why you carry fire extinguisher.
You know this homeless guy came back and was pissed. He didn't even consider that there was a fire. He was just like, who sprayed all my shit?
Became a member.
Now it's ruined.
1004 became a member. At Crittaluver became a member. At Thagate Guy became a member. At Thagate Guy celebrate.
Oh my god. You can chase your dreams of fighting fires. Hey, if you're going to go out there and do something, this is something. This is IRL streaming. This is what IRL streaming's all about. this is making a difference in your community. Instead of causing an issue with everybody around you. Go out at night and stop crime like Love. You know what's funny? Love's gonna end up running into he's gonna end up running into Rock Hard, the superhero. Rock Hard superhero, Los Angeles' one and only superhero. Not anymore now that Love's on the scene. Love's doing more than Rock Hard ever has. Mr. Mexico got recruited. That's good. Rock Hard was attacked by thugs last night. Like he's in the hospital. They put him in a coma. I will patrol. That's what happened. I will patrol Compton after I patrol downtown Los Angeles today, with my dog. Stay safe, y'all. Love you guys. So he went out with his trusty sidekick, and they got put in a coma by some thugs, and his dog got taken. Don't worry, I don't think any of this is real. Was that Steve from Minecraft? Yeah, this was his other sidekick. These are all of the different people he works with. The Lookout, Blue Jay, Minecraft Steve, Violent Blue, Mr. Mexico. The greatest heroes of Los Angeles. So this is Hassan praises Destiny's community. Is the end near? I think this might be it. Remember when Hassan kept saying, like, Ethan's friends with Destiny? Everybody always goes, oh, you're a Destiny fan. People have said that to me, too, the few like times that I brought up Destiny. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he'll go on to say stuff like this.
That's too far. Rewind. 4:31:41.
They shockingly think there is this like liberal slant here, and I will say something right now.
Oh, I was like, where's Hassan? He's all the way up here. He's in this little corner all the way up here.
That I haven't said before. Shout out to DGG.
Holy shit! Is the world fucking ending?
I believe I'm saying this. But they have been going crazy over this ice shit. At least they are genuinely doing Ice Watch right now. Okay? No, take that back. Nope. I'm being honest. I don't care about all the other shit. At least they are fucking stepping on the fucking gas pedal and actively spending all of their time and all of their resentment towards the people that are actually doing this cruelty, rather than trying to fucking focus on how they weren't wrong or how the left is somehow responsible for this. Okay?
FD, like FD signifier? Glazing who? Brennan Lee Mulligan on Hassan Piss Babies and Co podcast. He was on, what's their podcast called? Honestly, podcasts need better names. Fear and, that's it. Like, it is a simple name, and I feel like it should be easier to remember than it is. For some reason, I always forget the name of it. Yeah, hell did finally freeze over, I guess. It just seems unnecessary. I don't know what the point of him, like... I don't know, I guess. Because, yes, I mean, it is... Like, I guess you could, yes, you could say it's a net positive that people are talking about the ICE stuff in general, and, like, you could be like, regardless of who it is talking about it, as long as they're on the right side. But that just seems like a redundant statement to make about someone that you've talked shit on countless times. Fearan sounds stupid as fuck. Well, Fearan sounds like a decent podcast, but I also don't know what the podcast would be about at all. Like, I'd assume it's like a Fear Factor podcast. Oh, he was glazing Hassan? I thought you were going to say he was glazing Destiny, and I was like, that makes no sense, because I remember they had, like, beef. Yeah, see, that would make sense, too. It's a stupid title, because why don't they incorporate it into the episode titles? Fear and our 2026 resolutions. Fear, yeah, just do fear and then the title. Like, that at least makes sense. Fear and what? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Is that what it's a reference to? Maybe we'll never know. And this is funny too. Hassan political commentary when a non-white person defending white people. And I am a little confused on the phrasing of this, so let's just watch it through. But also, getting any type of political commentary from fucking Anthony Fantano, the internet's busiest music nerd. Oh, look, I'm Hassan. Look at me. It's me, Hassan. Where'd Kaya go? Oh, it is just a reference to that? That makes it worse, I think. I think that does just make it worse.
Embarrassing. We gotta
somebody cover.
FD was also defending Fantano. What's going on? What's happening? Please use that as your background. Just do this. I do need to move myself. I forgot. Boingo. That's how it's done.
Embarrassing. We got a guy here who's anti-white racism every fucking time. He's a loser, bro. He's constantly on about white people. If he sees a white person saying something he doesn't like, is the first thing he points out. What? Dog, I'm white. And I'm watching a white guy right now. The fuck are you talking?
So, not liking racism is pathetic. What a community. I don't support any racism. This community fosters it. Does he defend white people? And that was in response to... So this is all replying to people. That's more pathetic. And then they said not liking racism. Here, let me actually read these all the way through. I want to see as much as possible. What white people? Bro, he is constantly on about white people. If he sees a white person saying something he doesn't like, it's the first thing he points out. Yo, you are a troll mod. It works too. It spurs engagement. Rewind the stream like 2 minutes. A white person saying something he doesn't like.
We got a guy here who's anti-white racism every fucking time. He's a loser, bro. He's constantly on about white people. If he sees a white person saying something he doesn't like, is the first thing he points out.
Oh, and then he's saying go back 2 minutes to see an example of Anthony Fantano doing that. Okay.
What? Dog, I'm white. And I'm watching a white guy right now.
Yeah, I don't see what this has to do. First, there's two things with this. One, he loves pulling the white card when it's relevant. He loves pulling the Arab card when it's relevant. He loves pulling the Muslim card when it's relevant. He does the Arab one pretty seldomly. Like he doesn't really like it's very it's interesting to say the least. Put me in iDubbbz's cuck chair, just put me behind Hassan. Gotta figure out how to clip that right. Fantano is a massive bald unk loser. He's another example of using the beanie to try and hide that you're bald. It's cold inside. You're inside. You're in your own house. You're in your own studio, wherever you are. Put on the heat. Throw on the heat for a minute. I'm doing this because my hair looks bad, but I can admit it. My hair is looking terrible right now. Look at this. It looks like I'm balding right there. It's just a part, I swear. The hair's there.
The fuck are you talking about?
But also, like, he loves pulling the white card, but also, what is the relevancy of you being white? Like, what does that have to do with, like, he's pointing out that it is propagated in your community, this type of racism, and people can, again, you can have a conversation about the effects of, like, of racism on white people being less important than the effects of racism on black people and other, like, you know, other communities in that way. Like, you can have a discussion about that, but that doesn't negate from the point that all racism is bad and degenerative to our society. So it's like, that point seems like very, and also gets glossed over pretty quickly, I'd like to point out as well. Nothing against balding at all. Bald is sexy. I'm not saying balding is bad. I'm just pointing out that I'm not doing it to hide balding. I'm doing it because my hair looks like shit, and I can admit that. That's the point. The bald look looks good. Sometimes. Depends on your dome, really. It's really just about styling yourself to your look. That's the thing. Not everybody's gonna look perfect in everything, you know? Some people can wear flannels, some people can't. Seems simple, but it's like, it's true.
Rewind the stream like 2 minutes? What? By the way, you can rewind. Why are you so toxic, bro? Lol hit a nerve. Lol, you're so racist. Because his first opinion was it's white people raising every opinion he has. That's just how racists think. Oh my God. There's nothing more pathetic than fucking white people crying about anti-white racism, bro. Oh my Lord. I'm white, motherfucker. I'm white. Suck my dick. Okay.
And also, this is like a stupid point too, because that is like, just because you personally don't feel like the impact of somebody's racism does not mean that they are not being racist. Like, that's, and again, it's about the generalizations of these different groups. So if he is generalizing all white people because, like, using a generalization to try and make a greater argument because of a specific opinion that he's not contending with, that is like propagating racism for the benefit of your, like, your own, I wouldn't even say ideology in this case, but like that, I feel like that's like the easiest way to like lay it out.
Stop being a fucking bitch. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to become a sponsor of the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing, you can rewind the fucking broadcast and you can actually watch. Not white. Stop making shit about. Oh, I'm not white. Huh? Why is it that white identitarians that are
what?
making shit about. Oh, I'm not white. Huh? Why is it that white identitarians that are constantly complaining about fucking white people being under attack will look at a person like me? Oh, you're saying, no, I'm not white. So you're just in it for the game? You're in it for the love of the game. You're like, I love defending the white race.
Just say it, Hassan. Call him an Uncle Tom. I don't know if they're black. They just said they're not white, but that's kind of the energy you're giving off here.
As a non-white guy, I love defending the white race. To a white guy, I'm white.
Yeah. It's like he's completely missing the point. I think, I mean, is identitarian, is that a word? I don't know it personally, but the way I'd assume that he's using it is he's saying white identitarians, he thought they were talking about him not being white, and so it was like the classification saying like you're not white enough kind of thing, I think is what he was trying to argue, is that this person's a white identitarian who like is trying to call out him for not actually being white and trying to like call out white racism. He's trying to like sow this this straw man, basically, I think is what he's trying to do.
I love all people. There's only one race, human race. Hey, me too. One love, baby.
I mean,
listen.
I mean, white, like those type of racial categories, like they're meant to be somewhat ambiguous. That's kind of the point. Like trying to look at races through like ethnocentric perspective is obviously going to like, I don't know, it just feels like I feel like he's missing the point completely. He's trying to like put something together and it's not really working, and I'm a little bit lost. There is only one race. That's racist. The human race. I think this person's just trying to be like he's trying to be like the Puritan form of like anti-racism. Which is like I mean, you can't have it in like a pure, like it's true to be against all racism, but there are different races. That isn't, but I think that the perspective they're trying to hold is that drawing these identity markers is what causes the separation to begin with. Probably.
Not to do standpoint epistemology here, but you're doing a real bodies and spaces, okay?
You're off MLK Day? Well, you guys know MLK's birthday was yesterday, right? I completely forgot until like just a few minutes ago when I saw that it was the 16th today. R.I.P.
A white guy is talking about white people not being so sensitive. So maybe you should see yourself out of white people's business then, okay? Sorry. He came in here and he's like, I'm here to defend the white race, sir. To what? A white guy? Okay, thanks.
I think that's so stupid too, because he loves to minimize it. His straw man didn't work, so he's just trying to minimize it. So, oh yeah, you want to defend white people. The argument they were making is that all racism is bad, and that Anthony Fantano basically just hops on any type of like it'll be his first attack would just be to point out that that person's white and that this is clearly coming from like a racist perspective. Hassan knows such weird niche things. He really does. Here, I want to look it up actually. Identitarian. There we go. I was like, I added an extra R in there, and I was like, where am I messing this up? Yeah, a far-right pan-European political movement and ideology that focus on preserving a perceived European ethnic and cultural identity against perceived threat from immigration, Islam, and globalization. So yeah, I mean that's what I thought basically. But then that wasn't true because the person wasn't white, and then so he was just basically in softer terms trying to, you know, be like, oh, you're just You're just working for the white man. I hate to see a person of color just bowing down to the white man is basically what he's saying. Crazy. Yeah, it's similar to like the Nazi view on Aryanism type stuff, yeah. And then the main reason I wanted to watch the Nick Shirley thing is because I saw this, and I've been seeing a few of these clips of Nick Shirley just being an absolute dope. And Asmongold defends Nick Shirley because benevolent can mean like a lot of different things specifically, right? Like it can. Move me back over. There we go. So let's see this, Asmon. What do you have to say?
Is this, people are talking about this?
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just.
What do you mean by the word benevolent? Is he drunk? Like, I'm going to be honest. I started watching the first few minutes of the interview with Andrew Callahan and Nick Shirley, and I swear he sounds drunk.
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he.
Who do you think are the?
So this is a.
So the post says Nick Shirley is so stupid that he had to ask Andrew Callahan for the definition of benevolent, and mispronounced it after literally hearing the word 2 seconds ago. It's funny how almost every time I see a post from right-wing cope is the one doing the coping. I'm a little bit confused about this.
Problem? That's 2 million views. Yeah. A lot of times.
Him and Hassan really are one and the same. Because just look at all like the Twitter thread, like all the Twitter links up here. It's crazy.
People ask, like, I mean, because benevolent can mean like a lot of different things specifically, right?
No, it can actually. I think there's a pretty like static, stable definition that we can work with that's used in modern day.
And so, yeah, I mean, what's wrong with that? Yeah, it does look bad. I think it looks bad if you're the kind of person that cares about optics rather than like actual substance. Very clearly, if somebody asks a clarifying question by like, what do you mean by benevolent? Does benevolent mean giving a lot of people jobs? Does it mean giving money to charity? Does it mean advocating for social change? What does benevolent mean to you? I think it's very obvious to ask that question. It's totally reasonable. And
do you think Donald Trump is a good... Because first of all, he didn't clarify in a way that you're like establishing that, oh, well, I'm talking about benevolent in terms of economic change, not social change. Who cares? I'm talking about specifically about the economic benevolence. Like, what the fuck what do you mean? That's not the clarification he even gave.
Net positive societal progress.
Trump?
Like that was so like vague anyways, and he just goes, Trump?
Billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Net positive societal progress. Yes, that's basically the way you define benevolent. Net positive. Working towards a benefit of the whole or something. I don't even know what the definition of benevolent is. But I think I can understand. What is a good billionaire, basically? That's basically the question. Kind and with positive intentions, yes. Like, it's pretty... What is good? What does good mean? Like, there's benevolent and malevolent. I feel like we've all heard those since we were kids watching Disney movies, right?
Trump, our president. I think he...
Who do you think are the...
So this is a problem? Advocating for social change. What does benevolent mean to you? I think it's very obvious to ask that question. It's totally reasonable. And people like this that make stuff up and act like it's bad, I mean, I think that's stupid, right? It's just, and this is the reason why, by the way, I don't do conversations with a lot of people. It's because people take things out of context and things.
This isn't taken out of context. What are you talking about? You're adding a context that isn't there. Well, clearly what he's doing is, no, that's like a, you're inserting that.
That are reasonable are misunderstood in a way that is dishonest and disingenuous. It's smart to ask questions. Yes, definitely. 13-second gotcha clip. Yep, there's too many of these.
Well, this one was a minute and 21 seconds. I don't know if it was much of a gotcha per se, but didn't look too good. And then I do want to watch this quickly, and then we will move on to the Nick Shirley interview on Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. But Luss made this video. It's just 8 minutes, and it's Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein still can sue Noah Samsen for defamation on genocide video. I like that he put a 4 here. That was probably because the title was too long.
Hey guys, almost a year ago, Noah Samsen, who is another YouTube content creator, he hasn't made a video in 4 months, but when he does make a video, it does get a good amount of views. He made a video called The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. And the genocide he was talking about, he had a picture of Ethan Klein, a picture of Mutahar, a picture of Destiny, what I think is Destiny with blue hair. There's 2 other individuals that I am not aware who they are. Maybe it's kind of blurry, but again, it is the YouTubers who backed a genocide. So a very, very provocative video. It turned out to be his second best video of all time. Now, Ethan Klein had mentioned that he was going to sue for defamation. This was sometime in March, or he was just going to sue. The concept, I think, was for defamation. I added that part.
I mean, I don't think there would be... Like, we love to talk about the actual legitimacy of these claims. I don't think he would have much of a grounds other than defamation. And I mean, honestly, this is me just playing devil's advocate for a minute. Who knows if they would even be able to argue, like in court, like, hey, enough people already think this. It's already the common perspective on Ethan Klein. Who cares if it's untrue? It's defamation.
And there has been no updates since that time. Now, Noah Samsen and Ethan recently got into it. It was on, I think, Instagram, right? They're just screenshotting their own Instagram messages and then putting new content on top of it. So on March 11th, Noah released the YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. And then on March 25th, he released the genocide supporting YouTubers responded. In this video, Noah said it's time to escalate about talking about people. So Ethan streams Noah Samsen retract or lawyer up. This was in April 2nd. Then on May 15th, Noah released Ethan Klein lawsuit response. Then around June 20th, Noah released How a Girl Bossed a Genocide. Then it kind of continued on, but I wanted to talk about the statute of limitations for a defamation lawsuit and how Ethan Klein has until basically March to decide whether or not to sue. Now he can...
Well, Ethan's claimed that he has sent like, didn't he say that he just hasn't been able to get in contact with him, right? Wasn't that like the whole thing that Ethan said? I don't know if maybe he'll bring that up in a second.
Sue later for defamation.
Because Ethan was like, you moved and then have removed yourself from all like loans, like you're making it impossible to serve you was basically the thing Ethan said.
But then that original video wouldn't be part of it. We saw this actually happen with Logan Paul. And this is why I'm bringing it up. For defamation, you really have to be aware of the timeline. So the Logan Paul timeline, he sued CoffeeZilla even after a year had passed from the original Crypto Zoo videos. He was only able to sue CoffeeZilla for the refund videos where he had promised to give a refund, and CoffeeZilla, rightfully so, was not happy about the refund status. So in the United States, the statute of limitations is primarily governed by state law. There is no federal statute of limitations for defamation. Let me repeat this again. There is no federal statute of limitations. So it is state law. Typically, it is 1 to 3 years. The clock starts at the date.
Oh, did I just look past the screenshot at the beginning? Oh, yeah. I think that was the post, you're right. I don't like that Lust made the video on Ray, and then Nick made one, and now she's fired, and I feel bad for her. I mean, the thing is, right, we can feel bad for her on some level, but like, and I did say this before, because I started with the perspective that, like, she's like an individual, not like necessarily a public, like a creator or anything like that. But the more I thought about it, like, she has Instagram posts about like about her niece that have like hundreds of thousands of likes. Like, she's put herself out there into the public, and there is going to be like criticisms made. It can feel uncomfortable, but then also, yeah, it's like, I don't think that the uncomfortable nature of the things being talked about would be the reason that Ethan would have fired her, if that is the job that she's saying she got fired for. I mean, that's kind of the only assumption that could be made there. But, and again, I don't want to get into it too much because I really don't think that it's much to be talked about. But I also don't necessarily hold too much against others talking about it because, like, she's put herself out there. I mean, her intent might have been lost, but intent is only half of the battle. Like, there's other things. People have definitely maybe taken it a bit farther than it could have been, but like, I only watched a bit of Nick's video because I wanted to see how he spoke about it, and it did seem like he was at least trying to give her a little bit of grace in the way that he spoke about it, considering how he speaks about other topics. Yeah, she said that. I'm pretty sure she said that was like the only job that she had. She said she was looking for a second job, so that's kind of the assumption we have to make. But that's also why I don't want to get into it too much, because it is, at the end of the day, just assumptions. Like, I'm not going to speculate on somebody's life, really. Yeah, I think the most you can put on Lust is the weird tone and timing. I mean, the timing is one thing. He was definitely just trying to offer her a new job, which I think is a decent thing to do. But I don't know. I've felt like I don't know. Maybe Lust can't read social situations that well. Yeah, and I get that too. As a neurodivergent queer person, it was nice to have her around. Like, having diversity and representation is also like a nice perspective. But like I'm saying, it's like there's definitely like too many angles to this at this point. Sometimes Captain is so quiet and still that I think the stream is paused. Like right then, probably. My bad. I gotta just start rocking back and forth like Nick's Wiggler when I'm not talking. I wish we had more openly queer representation on the show. Ethan needs to show that 15% more. He only talks about it. We need action. But here, let's finish this Lust video and then we can move on.
The defamatory statement was first published. So when the YouTube video was first published, that would be the time it started. So let's take a look at some states. 1 year duration. These would be states like California, New York, Texas, Florida for libel. So we see Texas here, which is relevant for CoffeeZilla. California. I don't know what state Noah Samson is in. I can probably Google that right now. But various other states, Illinois, Florida for libel, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Arizona, New Jersey. Now, for defamation, 2 years would be the limit for states like Alabama, Alaska, Connecticut, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, and Washington. And you have 3 years. So what you really don't want to be in if you are a defamatory content creator, either on X or YouTube, is in the states of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Vermont, and Wisconsin. These are states that if you have a very potty mouth, you don't want to be there. So Noah Samson lives in what state? So it's going to be the state that he lives in. Noah Samson is a soccer player. Noah Samson, the YouTuber. It looks like Mutahar had previously also explored whether or not to sue Noah Samson. Southern California. YouTuber Noah Samson lives in Southern California. He mentioned this in an Instagram post about his cat, noting that he moved to California from his grandmother's house and that the cat enjoyed the Southern California sunshine. His football recruiting profile also lists his hometown as Half Moon Bay, California. So he is from California. That makes this easy. Ethan's from California, so they have a 1 year duration on the statute of limitation. So what statute of limitation means is we want to keep evidence fresh. We want people to, especially for defamation, where a lot of it will be he said, she said, right? And in opinions and reputation, a lot of these things can change very fast. So we want the evidence to be recent. And
queer means not straight, as far as I know. I've always wondered what the qualia for being queer is. Is it basically like the non-binary of sexuality? Where non-binary is to gender, queer is to sexuality. Kind of makes sense. You're like, it's somewhere in there. You know, I don't like to we don't want to clarify. I feel it, I vibe. Or is just everybody queer? Because if queer encompasses the other parts of the spectrum, then it feels like it's covered in the addition. And because technically it's LGBTQIA plus. The plus is where you get everything else. But A for asexual is in there. I identify as queer, and yeah, it can mean anything that's not straight. Okay. Okay, yeah, that was always my assumption, but I didn't know if there was more of a qualia, like in the way of the difference between why can't I think of it right now? The difference between pansexual and why can't I think of the other term right now? I also can't even remember what the difference is, because one is you are sexually attracted to anybody of any gender identity, and then the other one was you are only attracted to people that you have like made an emotional connection to, and that also could cover the entire spectrum of gender identity. But they're two separate sexual identity, sexual orientations as well. Pan and bi are the same, and I'm sick of the discussion, to be honest. Demisexual, that's the other. Thank you. Demisexual. Thank you. Pan and bi are the same. I mean, they're definitely similar. I think that the difference is there are some bi people that are not interested in like people that are transgender. And I mean, you could have a conversation on if you think that's bigoted or not, but it is just all like preferences that people have at the end of the day. So as long as they're not being bigoted in that preference, then there's obviously going to be that wiggle room. And I think that would probably be the difference between bisexuality and pansexuality. Like if you include transgender individuals in your sexual preferences. Or I guess maybe also if you included like non-binary people. But I guess it would all kind of encompass. Bi these days means two or more, but you just cut it off somewhere, unlike, and then pan is just the full swath. I want people to stop using that definition as a trans bi person who is into trans people. But that's when we just get into the conversation of like these definitions on the different, like in the differences, it just becomes like it does become too much at some point. And it's not to say that the feelings are untrue, but like could we just encompass it all under bisexuality? But I guess no, because in a definitional sense, when you break down like the etymology with like the prefix and you're trying to actually break down the words, it is a complicated conversation. It really is. I'm like straight and married to a woman, but hypothetically, if I was currently in the dating pool, my dating pool would definitely include trans women. And see, I think that like necessarily would still place you in straight, wouldn't it? Because if you are only attracted to women. And that's what I mean, is it becomes a complicated conversation at that point. I'm attracted to multiple, but not all gender, and the gender is part of the attraction for me. Pan people's attraction is completely separate from gender. But is it though? Pansexual. Sexual orientation categorized by attraction to people regardless of their gender identity or sex. So you're just saying it. Or I guess, yeah, that's what I said before, that it's because you have a cutoff somewhere where there are a few people that would be considered no-goes. I don't know what other way to say it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that is just straight then, because trans women are women. Yeah, you can be attracted and not know their sex or gender. To be fair, though, I think that happens to most people, and that's why it's like it's a much more fluid. Sexuality is much more fluid than people like to discuss, because I mean, our attraction like attraction just happens and then either is like depleted or enhanced based upon other criteria, I guess. I've been listening to Alex the entire time. Captain's brain is exploding. Well, it's just, you know, it's a lot to think. This is a complicated conversation. We're having a true conversation about gender and sexuality. I'm into Joe Mama. Got him. I'm a mama sexual. I'm into everybody's mom. That's the... What does that mean? What is that?
1 year. So here we have another rule called the single publication rule. So it's going to be 1 year for them. Under this rule, the statute of limitation begins to run from the first time.
I've got to be honest. I think we got the gist of this video, and I've been talking through like on tangents this whole time. Shout out Lus. If you don't like him, go dislike the video.
Of whom are like,
if you like him, go like it, but we will move on from that. Just because we got the gist of it. He has until April, is from what Lus is saying, to get the lawsuit filed. I love convos like this when everyone is honest and actually interested in learning. Yeah, and that's why I like going off on the tangents, you know what I mean? We gotta have tangents sometimes. But you know what they say, love to love, fuck to fuck. let's move on, shall we? He is infinitely better than Legal Mindset. That is true. That isn't a hard bar to pass, though, to be fair. I appreciate that we can have an honest discussion about it. Well, yeah, because the whole thing is you want to have a discussion about where you can actually move somebody's perspective in some direction, regardless of what side of the fence you are, because it's never about trying to change people's minds, but just trying to add on to the information that's already there. Queer poll. Somebody else had to figure out the phrasing for this. I go on a tangent, but not enough characters in chat. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard sometimes when you end up just like, glad us queers can help educate. Okay, I feel bad. I feel weird just saying this every time I read a chat. Glad us Q words can help. That sounds like I'm slurring if I say it like that. I was actually shocked when Legal Mindset went crazy. Everyone spam their letter. Yeah, that's the way we're going to do this. Instead of a poll, everybody spam their letter. I expect an A from Alex. What if I just hate everyone? That's asexual then, right? Spam what? Spam your letters. Where are you on the LGBTQIA plus spectrum? Spam fun poll. Just spam fun poll over and over again. That is asocial. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sexually attracted to everybody, but I hate them all. My social attraction is completely at the bottom bottom level. Q's, A's, and then fun polls. I could do another fun poll. I just don't want to run out of them too fast. I was only able to come up with 13, and it's like I'm not about to do 13 in one episode or in one stream. I'm fun poll sexual. Aren't we all? But here, let's start this because I don't want to be here too long listening to Nick Shirley talk. I've got to be honest. But this is the Nick Shirley interview from Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. Oh, can we have a how gay are you and have 4 ranges? 0.1%, 25%, 26%. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Not 0.1%. 0.1% to 25%. 25. Okay, I think so. I think we can get this ready. I'll put this together as we start this video. Let me end this poll. Nick Shirley interview, Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. I should just make it 0 to 25%. That way it's for anybody that actually is straight. How gay are you? And then you have the straight people putting 0, but then we can also just be like, you might be 25%. We don't know. Are you lying to yourself? That's the real question. I could have explained it better. I'm a teacher, but these are my off hours. Don't worry, I got you. I got it in the end, Teach. Don't worry.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't.
This is why I felt like he was drunk. I started listening to this, and he said the Attorney General, and he said the Attorney General.
He shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations.
Okay, I put up the poll. How gay are you? 0.1% to 25%, 25% to 50%, 51% to 75%, 76% to 100%.
Violations over the past few years.
Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No.
Nick is a Mormon who says he's never drank or anything. He's clearly a liar about other things, though, so take that as you will. Okay, I might need to... Did he maybe have like a snowmobile accident or something? Did he fall off of a tractor when he was young? He sounds like he's 15 and in over his head. That's kind of the energy for sure.
So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And
I mean, that is weird to have those as your hours. 2 to 10 p.m. is quite literally, I mean, it's a learning center. It would be, I guess it's like an after-school daycare is what it would be considered. calling it a learning center, though, is like the leering center, to be clear.
And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
The chat needs to get gayer. Yeah, the 1 to 25% in the league. Oh, but it's tied, actually. 1 to 25% is actually tied perfectly with 38% for 51% to 75% is tied with. So we have people that are both. Yeah, I think that means that we are quite, like, literally spanning the spectrum.
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out?
I thought that was interesting that he said, why are all the windows boarded up? Then corrected himself and said, why are all the windows blacked out? I imagine he probably talks to other people about this and just says, why are the windows boarded up? Why are everything's boarded up? You can't even go in. When they just have locks and have everything blacked out so you can't look inside. Because, yeah, why do you want people staring in at children?
Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't...
I would fuck a very feminine man. Where does that put me, chat? It's a good question, Alex. Because I basically, my perspective is similar, because what I've said is just that I'd say I'm attracted to all gender identities, but it's like the preference is towards femininity. Low 25 to 50%. That would be my guess, yeah.
Lady, just give me a paper to enroll a child. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think
that means almost nothing. Maybe it got busted out by something. Maybe somebody maybe a kid ran into it. I don't know.
21, the door is boarded up.
Because it's like fully boarded up. This isn't like... This isn't like board with glass. This looks like a board covering where there was glass that might have been broken.
From the image from Google Maps. So I think if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people...
You go there sitting there looking for children? I mean, that's kind of the question, right? And then they'll go, no, but like, oh, I don't need to, you're just trying to make me out to be... It's like, no, I'm pointing out that of course you're not going there and just staring, looking for children all day, every day. It just seems ridiculous.
We're saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then, a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center.
I saw an apology video from Papaga. Apparently, he totally crashed out after about this video. An apology video for what? What did he say? Or was this guy proven 100% true? Because the whole thing is, he could be right that this specific center is like fraud, but I would like to see like it's his methodology of doing this and like the ways that he's handling this situation that I think is what is losing credibility, that is causing him to lose credibility. Yeah, I will say, yeah, this take care is specific, but then it's becoming like a branching off thing where people are just talking about, again, like generalities of immigration and other things too. Papa got crashed out crazy. Oh, he crashed out on Caleb Hammer. Okay, what did he do to Caleb Hammer? Was he just like, was he hitting a tracks? Where the fuck is my money? Where's my fucking money? Was he saying that to Caleb Hammer?
Center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they?
Violations relate to like poor safety conditions.
Oh, okay. Children's files did not contain all required items. Carpet or rugs were not in good repair and or did not meet safety requirements. Infant feeding schedules were not available in the food preparation area. The conditional license was not posted in a prominent place. A licensing action was not posted in a prominent place. The correct number of qualified staff were not present. The license holder did not comply with all terms of the order of conditional license. Staff orientation training did not include all required items. I don't know if these violation descriptions wouldn't necessarily mean that they viewed children. They viewed children on file, but then in that they do say that the files did not contain all required items, which implies like improper, like just at the very least in improper handling of child like in school registration or whatever.
Conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was...
Yeah, I guess that's the point though, is I am adding a bit of speculation onto that just because it doesn't specifically state anything about like the children, like them viewing anything involving children specifically, but it is like the conditions for the children, which I assume would imply that they did verify that there are children that do come to the center. But again, that's all just based on assumption.
Saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago, was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video? The one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
That looks like a different guy. Am I tripping, or that doesn't look like the same guy?
Video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
Those look like two completely different people. Maybe he lost some weight or something, but they look like the cheekbones look different.
Where where he thanks his constituents in Somalia.
So here he is here.
For re-electing him last month.
The guy's like a different nose shape and everything.
Viral, where he
like the nose is different. Look at the eyebrows.
Thanks his constituents in Somalia for re-electing him last month.
This guy has a longer nose. His eyebrows look different.
One that went super viral, where he thanks his constituents in Somalia for re-electing him last month.
I'm sorry, I'm like really stuck on this part just because that does not look like the same guy to me. But maybe I'm wrong.
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you
should not be working with faith is great for religion, but you should not just have faith in the process. You should be putting in a little bit of extra effort.
hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Did you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2026, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen, billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantly.
Okay, he was saying millions of dollars. He just can't like string a sentence together properly. I thought he was just saying he saved America, like just full stop.
Others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man, David, who's in my video, He's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out.
Is this dude like a crazed conspiracy theorist? What are all these images in the background? What is all of this?
They're publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram and he said, Nick,
Is he literally just some guy that you're working with?
I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the capital of Minnesota.
So who is David?
Is he the reason Walz is not going for re-election? I think that's literally what's happening, yeah.
David's source.
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is?
public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up?
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. Mm-hmm. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out and she works inside the government. So she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving.
I'm so confused. You're working with a guy who got information from her, and then she's claiming credit for the information that she gave you, and you're saying no? And he can't say who it is, because he just said that's who I was talking about earlier. I'm so confused right now.
That information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
What is he? Oh my, I'm so confused right now. What is he talking about? He was just saying that she's a clout chaser, but now he's like, yeah, it's a good thing she cares about this stuff. What?
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video.
This is a very weird, setting for this. I don't know if this is just, at his house or something.
It did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah. When I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views than they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video, yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video.
Yeah, well, that's wrong of them. They should not call Nick a journalist or an influencer. So true. Is he right wing? I don't even know if that's true. I think he's just a little dumb.
And takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos, and so I was like stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember I first saw you, and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, then ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023, but had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually started, I've been doing YouTube since.
I don't know why he gave him credit for that, because it sounds like you were already in the works of making a video, but he just gave you another, like Nogales isn't necessary, like that isn't that bad of a destination either. I mean, it's a bit of a tourist trap, but not really. I guess I've just known a lot of people that have go to Nogales on on vacation, but
It's 2017, when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it.
a pool table, dead animals, an undecorated Christmas tree, and 2 dining table chairs. Yeah, that's good, nothing else. I mean, to be fair, the Channel 5 channel has always been low budget. But yeah, I will say that this is just a single setting, you could have done a little bit more.
Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Even if you wanted to just move over and center the pool table and kind of just have that as the background, but everything's just a little bit too off center. It's a little bit too in the corners.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun.
Life.
Basketball, soccer.
Sorry, one more time.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun, hanging out with friends, riding your bike around.
He couldn't even say getting good grades, getting decent grades. Yeah, decent grades. You know, I was a straight C student.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So,
well, I don't think he knows that much about Mormonism, because you quite literally do follow Mormon. That's or I guess maybe it's you don't worship Mormon, but it's It's called the Book of Mormon. That is the sect of Christianity, if you were getting. Okay, whatever.
We actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior, he's my savior, he's everyone's savior.
Thank you. So what do you think's the main thing?
Here, let's see. Do you guys think Nick Shirley believes here? I'll read another quote from the Book of Mormon. Similar theme as the one we read last time. Okay, here we go. Does Nick Shirley believe in this? And it came to pass, or wait, I think it is further up. Okay. And their brethren sought to destroy them. Therefore they were cursed, and the Lord God set a mark upon them, yea, upon Laman and Lemuel, and also the sons of Ishmael and Ishmaelitish women. That's such a weird. Okay. And this was done that their seeds might be distinguished from the seed of their brethren, that thereby the Lord God might preserve his people, and that they might not mix and believe in incorrect traditions, which would prove their destruction. And it came to pass that whoever did mingle his seed with that of the Lamanites did bring the same curse upon his seed. Therefore, whosoever suffered himself to be led away from the Lamanites was called under that head, and there was a mark set upon him. And it came to pass that whoever would not believe in the traditions of the Lamanites, but believe in the records which were brought out of the land of Jerusalem, and also in the tradition of their father, which were correct, who believed in the commandments of God and kept them, were called the Nephites, or the people of Nephi, from that time forth, and it is they who have kept the records which are true of their people, and also of the people of the Lamanites. I just like that the Book of Mormon is basically a long story talking about how other people are lesser than. Because, don't get me wrong, the Christian Bible and the Old Testament and everything, has a lot about slavery. It has a lot about social the dynamics between men and women and reductive instances of that. But there is a lot of the Book of Mormon that is quite literally just, and then God cursed them by making them different, and being different is bad, so don't mix. Bible speak is just gibberish. It's a wild shit. I don't get it. But that's doing the Lord's work, you know?
People get wrong about LDS.
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking.
I had to convince I had to convince them to give this to me when they were talking to me. He didn't want to give it to me at first, but I was just like, come on, and he gave it to me. I was like, how am I supposed to know how to look through the Book of Mormon if I don't have this little cheat sheet? And so he said he could get another one, and he gave me his. Shout out the elders. They were nice guys. I'm not even speaking bad on them. They were nice dudes, but what does the Book of Mormon teach about the visit of Jesus Christ to the Americas after his resurrection? I love that. It's the truth.
No sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday. Follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh, yes. About soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Is it real, though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they might have said it was.
Wait. Soaking's not right?
No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
That almost sounds like he's saying soaking is real, but Mormons don't do that because that would still be having sex, and that's wrong. That sounds like what he's saying.
Is it real though?
I interviewed people at BYU and they might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Wow, the rumors are true. Kids here at BYU actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think that's like my biggest advantage, that I don't really have many vices, whether it be pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine. That stuff doesn't tempt me.
And you feel like living a clean life that way gives you like a journalistic superpower that allows laser focus so you can just become a content machine?
No.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had some years.
But if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Aside from the recent stuff, what pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas are real after going there. Because I came this close to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house on the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun in your face?
Yes, and if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think so?
100%.
Você dá-lhe uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
Oh, wow, this is heavy.
É, aqui, entendeu? Não há paz.
Sim.
Paz para a polícia, fogo.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley.
I was wondering, that was weird that he questioned that because, like, I mean, here's the thing. I think that he is, like, he's not very introspective. He doesn't do a lot of, like, research into the things that he's going to talk about. But he doesn't necessarily strike me as, like, a full-fledged liar. He might misinterpret some things. But, I mean, if he's saying the guy pointed the gun at him, I mean, that's pretty specific. And if he's lying about that, that's crazy.
Lore is that you've met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did meet him. It was Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
A special guest right here.
Oh, we got special guests
No,
too.
listen,
Talk to him.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Just like that. Just like that.
Feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous.
Yeah, I saw this video. This is what must have blown him up and got him more popular, was being included on the Brandon Buckingham stuff. Like, that must have been like the start of what was getting eyes on him. Because I remember this, and I just thought he was some like shy Mormon kid. He must have been actually scared. I think I might have watched this on stream.
No, I'd say the America hoods are about just as dangerous as the favelas. For instance, Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within Philly. Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence. Like, I loved your video you did in Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that, like, community really can make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area. I didn't practice my Spanish anymore. I lost it. Decided to go on this mission thing for our church. And they sent me to Chile, Santiago, and I learned Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption with inside the government, I just couldn't believe that. I met somebody at the border. She gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border for the first time, and I saw migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running away?
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the border on an executive Biden level and a state level?
Yeah. And I think Governor Abbott, that was his way of saying F you to the to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead and deal with it. And we'll give him bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Phil?
Favelas aren't that dangerous if you're a tourist. They protect you. They protect tourists so they can sell them shit like drugs. It's a whole market there. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Places profit off of tourists just in general, and it's not a bad thing to have tourism. So even if you got shit going on, most of the time you'll be okay being, like, obviously don't act stupid. But as long as you kind of keep to yourself and keep a low profile, most places you'll be all right.
The swing states fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Loopfield border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families were separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then to come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel?
This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought...
Is that actually what this video is? Is him just being like, here's these random Venezuelans. They might be part of a gang. I don't know.
Gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they ended up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state for housing, they're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like, that's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they hopped the border in the first place because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and then I also bring my mom with me. Definitely. She's like a producer on the channel, kind of.
So they're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America, we just sit at home and watch this on our TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show, like, what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcaster.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really, like, start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in, like, anything I thought politically. But as you know, during, like, 2020, for instance, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. Mm-hmm. And so there was no incentive to actually create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody. Mm-hmm. And so,
yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to, like, put this together in my head. They've kind of gone all over the place a little bit. They're talking about just immigration and stuff now, and I'm wondering about his mom, so I'm looking that up because that is interesting that his mom's a journalist and yeah, he's just rambling racist, alarmist nonsense. Well, that's what I mean, is it's just like, it is like lacking a lot of substance, and they just keep jumping around from these different points. He, like, was saying that favelas are just as dangerous as, like, his like hoods in Chicago, but they were just talking about busing. Like, it is just kind of all over the place in this section, at least.
Get angry with it, and we wanted to show like what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcaster.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really like start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. Mm-hmm. And so there was no incentive to actually create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He said my mom didn't believe my politics. I'm wondering if his mom was in, like, was your mom a liberal? Was your mom voting Democrat? Or are you talking about she didn't believe like your conspiracy theory nonsense and then has jumped on board now that you guys are like, I don't know, the whole thing is just so.
And so you couldn't really make those videos, and then
my mom thought I was an idiot, but then she figured out how much money she could make off of me. It's just like, that is kind of the way it's coming across.
When I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand like what he actually did by buying X. Yeah. Because of him, you're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being.
What? That's nowhere near true. What? Elon buying X is the reason that YouTube allows you to talk about Trump.
You'll get the video monetized. Yeah. If you can't get your video monetized, you can't make your videos. And so I think what Elon did really did change the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow, Facebook, they lifted their censorship, YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would have been possible.
Was there a part of you that was wondering why the Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did?
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes. And that was one of the first videos ever where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet, is you just post and see what happens. Every week I've been up.
Well, yeah, people might have like been signal boosting my video for malicious means, but like that's why the internet's great. Was that Somalian daycare thing really fraud? Honestly, it does seem like they probably are committing fraud in some way, but I don't get why they're acting like this guy needs to be the face of journalism now. It's like we always do this for some reason, where someone gets one good story, because that's the thing, is he's also like kind of mishandled this story by things like they're open from 2 to 10, but then he shows up at 11 a.m. thinking that they'll let him in randomly just by, pulling on the doors. Like, but it does seem like that daycare is mishandling. I mean, they've gotten like they've had a bunch of violations in the past of like issues that they had with filing and the carpets being bad. It does seem like they're mishandling, if not the children, at least the actual daycare itself. And like not keeping the conditions up to code. But then also it's just very minimal. I saw another video. I don't think it was Nick Shirley. There was another video where someone did go in and they were talking to them and people were just saying like, none of these kids actually go to this daycare. Look, this is just a bunch of people's family members. And it's very, like, the whole thing is just very, like, ridiculous. Because, yeah, like, you could scope it out. You could, if you're, like, a true journalist, scope it out for, like, a couple weeks or something. Go there every few days at, like, opening or closing, you know, just go there at, like, kind of random-ish times. I thought I saw Papa Gut disproving some of the claims, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It could. That's the thing is, based on everything that I've seen, I just can't tell. Like, he is not doing his due diligence in actually, like, presenting genuine information and being the other part. Like, that other part was super confusing to me too, because I forgot what the names are already, but he had talked to someone who had gotten information, like, from the top, basically. Then some lady had claimed, I'm completely forgetting all of the names for it now. What was the guy's name? James? I don't remember what her name was either. But then he denied getting information from these, like, politicians or whatever, even though they are the ones they ended up, like, sending this information down the line. I completely butchered trying to explain that, but it's because I'm so confused still as to, like, just every aspect of this. Because that does almost, because that aspect of it, of the information coming from the government for him to make this video, almost feeds into that conspiracy of it being, like, pushed by people trying to, like, turn eyes away from the Epstein list. And I don't think that that's necessarily what's happening, but it is just all... Maybe Andrew just sucks at making videos too, because this whole thing is so fucking confusing. Thank you so much, Rum Tum Tugger. Sent one Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber!
Uploading video, to me, that was just going to be like another YouTube upload. Like, I didn't know that it was going to be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who's sharing the 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't
like on X? I'm confused. Is that what he means?
Just Elon Musk who's sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up, guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio. So statewide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass and figure out what the frick is going on. But before most...
The fuck is this? Talking about ground news? I learned about ground news from Alex O'Connor. Thank you very much.
Minnesota fraud scandal exposes the real crisis facing the West. On the more left-leaning side, you can see NBCLA here says Trump admin says it's halting federal child care payments to Minnesota after viral fraud claims. Not too hard to spot the bias there. Actually, sources are currently echo chambers, so you can buy one ticket early access down to less really believe Utah where Nick.
If you want a discount or get a 40% off on the Vantage plan if you use ground.news/channel 5. Dope ass news aggregate. This is kind of a bad interview for sure. I don't need him to like push back on everything, but the lack of direction is annoying. Yeah, that's kind of the way I'm feeling too. Is it's not that I need him to be like, well, is that true? Because the parts where he is pushing back are kind of stupid. Like Nick Shirley goes, yeah, and I almost died. So what do you mean you almost died? like that was like a point where it's like that didn't need to be pushed back on. You just kind of go okay and then move on from that point. But then also he's just like moving with like he's moving between the questioning very like strangely. He'll go, oh, you. Like he'll just Nick will randomly start talking about his mom, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, your mom. So your mom, what does your mom do? Where your mom at? Where's your mom at?
All right, back to the cabin in the wilderness of Utah where Nick Shirley's hiding out.
Like, what are they known for?
Africans?
No, Somalians.
Well,
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have...
When I think of Somalia, I think of Somaliland. I know that it's a different place now, but it's not like it's not fully official, so it's interesting. It's at the top of my... it's in the front of my brain, I have to say.
Apartment complexes and locations inside of Minnesota, white people have been pushed out.
White people?
Yes. Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
Where'd they go?
They got pushed out.
Like to low-income area?
What does pushed out mean? That's another question. Like, were they getting berated by the Somalian population? Like, I'm so confused by that. They were pushed out. They felt like their white culture was being imposed upon, so they did what any smart person would do. They left. Like, I don't understand the point he's making.
Areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went, but they're not there. Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag. Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag. Flag in Minnesota, Tim Walz said their other flag was racist, and he called people like me white supremacist for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting?
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is. And now they're defending fraud. Even if...
I'm looking up the Palmer's thing. Palmer's Bar, our days are numbered. One longtime bartender said while answering the phone, before looking in vain at the lost credit card. I mean, this one's just talking about the death of dive bars in general. I'm trying to see. Missing $379,000, the real reason Palmer's Bar is closing. Hundreds of thousands of dollars unaccounted for. That's the real reason behind the closing of Palmer's Bar, an iconic live music venue and dive bar in Minneapolis. The first clues to this came in the late night Facebook update from the owners, Pat and Sarah Dwyer, who wrote, "When we bought Palmer's, it was with a trusted partner that we had worked with for over 18 years. In 2022, we discovered that trust and partnership was broken, leaving Palmer's in dire financial and operational straits. That partner was longtime Twin Cities musician Tony Zaccardi. Minnesota Monthly wrote about the partnership in a piece published in April of 2022, describing Dwyer as a nearly silent partner. We reached court records and found a divorce filing from July 2023, where Zaccardi, now ex-wife, wrote that without her knowledge, Zaccardi recently relinquished the party's marital interest in Palmer's Bar to the Dwyers after he withdrew more than $379,364 from Palmer's business account and has not accounted to the petitioner concerning his use of said funds." And then they show, sorry, I didn't pull it up while I'm looking at it. But it was really because of this, it was because of the Somalians moving in. That's really the reason. I have regrets, but I'm dealing with them to help, with the help of my sponsors. Palmer's Bar has been sold, according to Facebook. Dwyer said they tried to find another bar or restaurant industry owner, but the commercial real estate agent approached many people in the bar and venue industry, and the response from all was a unanimous hard pass. As we reached the end of our resources and still needed to sell, we finally accepted the one and only offer we got from our next door neighbors for a community space. So they literally, my God, like, come on, guys. They just literally settled. They settled for the only offer they got. But I guess it was just because the Somalians moved in, right? Nobody wants to go work. Nobody wants a bar next to the Somalians.
One of these businesses is operating. Why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycare?
And again, it does come down to also like the reduction in like social I don't even know how you describe it. Just like community centers, community areas, like all those type of things are dying out. Like dive bars are a lost art form.
Ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars. And out of the population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis? There's white people, there's Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota.
I mean, to be fair, the Somali people would be hearing it from other people in their community about this daycare, about this about the Leering Center. And then other people that are looking for a quality learning center would probably read this and go, oh, quality Leering Center. Maybe I'll look for a different daycare, maybe. The younger generations are drinking a lot less alcohol. But I just think even beyond that, like in general, I think that like people, like arcades are dying, you know, like everything is kind of just, it's at a lull right now. We need to bring back community.
In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People who don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People have doxed me, there's death threats. I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are.
Yeah, I expect parents are within 1 mile of the daycare. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, is obviously it's nearby a Somali center where there's a bunch of like people from Somalia. And then they're going to be telling their neighbors, telling people they know, like, oh, you have a kid? Well, why don't you take them over to this daycare? That's where I send my kids. So obviously that's going to be the population of people at that daycare. And then like I said too, there is a misspelling on the sign. So I could totally see other people pulling up and being like, let me back out and go.
Are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these death threats? Like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said,
yeah, exactly, Madman. Yeah, see, I saw you talking about that before. We need a new third place for people. Exactly. Because you got work, you got home, and we need these other centers to go. And I think that that's part of what we're doing is people are creating them online, and that's a great thing to have. But then I think you should probably try and form the connections with other people within communities in your local area to be able to kind of spread out that, the community love. I don't know. It is interesting because it's not even necessarily about because you find, oh, I become friends with these people over this similar interest. They have friends that don't necessarily share this shared interest, but maybe they have a separate interest that I share with them that they don't share with my new friend, and it's kind of like you triangulate it. We all start webbing outward. The bar, everybody go to the bar. But that's what we're talking about. The bars dying off. The bars are all dying. Everybody go spend your money. The bars are all dying and they keep raising the goddamn prices. That's the worst part. Because the bars are dying off.
Tick tock, Nick's Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me a fascist. Meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady, she came up to me, she took her shirt off.
Christian communities do this all the time. Would he complain about an all-white Christian daycare? No. Well, his argument would be, well, anybody could come. Anybody could come. But like, that's the whole point, is that like some people don't feel welcomed within communities. And we could have a conversation about that and like the like necessity of integration or something. Like, you know, that's like maybe a conversation to be had. But that is highly different than just pointing out like these other things he's trying to talk about. And again, talk about the fraud, because yeah, maybe there is mishandling of monies. That there's different aspects of this that could be talked about that aren't just purely, hey, you remember pirates? They're pirates.
Started jumping all over me, and she said, say Black Lives Matter. Say Black Lives Matter. I said all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black lives matter. My life matters too.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I think it was probably...
Yeah, see, and that's crazy. And that is wrong. But again, that is not the whole, just based on individual experiences that you have with outraged people that you are going to, like, try and stir up outrage, like, in.
It hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't fathom how people can side with people who have...
Did he really just okay cool that?
Now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't...
Okay, cool. Let's move on. Nice. I don't care. That's basically what he's saying.
Can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOT. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of I'm gonna join a caravan. Like I'm gonna join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No, it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm gonna go to El Salvador. I'm gonna go speak to people. I'm gonna find a caravan and I'm gonna go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all.
I will say that the way this is coming across is just two bros being like, we're gonna go on fucking vacation next, bro. I'm trying to see some crazy shit. Bro, there's fraud going off, there's criminals, there's if you just look around, there's all types of stuff where we can because like recently I've been thinking about doing more documentary style, like, you know, not on the street even, but just go out and make some content, talking to some people, get some perspectives about different communities and things because of that, what we were just talking about, the whole the third place thing. I do think that there are these different communities that often go overlooked by the larger crowd of people, and I think that they do it almost. It stopped being about doing things based on an interest in like looking for insight into these communities, into these like the happenings within, and more so just like an opportunity to gawk at others and their situations.
all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan and make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah.
Does this kid have parents or loved ones, someone to tell him he's misguided? Well, his mom apparently was telling him he was misguided and then became his manager. So it didn't seem to work. I don't know.
I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man, is like, on that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't be afraid to say, what are Somalians known for? When you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based.
Well, I mean, if you want to get like super specific, Somalia is known for civil war. It's not just known for its pirates. The pirates are spawned from the fact that they've been in like constant civil war. It's just fun. Like, it's such like a fucking, yes, that is an American perspective based on like media, on like Hollywood media. Good job.
It's in a stereotype, or if it's
you know what they're known for. You said it.
What,
pirates. So you're scared.
I'm not scared. I just want to I'd have to go and talk to them. I'm not scared. I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I gotta go to the restaurants.
But I asked you the question, what are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers?
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking, how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia is Captain Phillips.
And the fact is, what are Somalians known for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you...
You can see it on his face that he's like, just say it. Just fucking say it. It's piracy.
It's Minnesota. The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even if I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. Am I not...
Let me rewind this. I want to hear this.
That is...
Andrew was too quick to respond.
Piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
How do you gain more trust? Don't be afraid to say a fact or to say an opinion when you know. Like, what?
Even if I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. Am I not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well? I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then...
He's just like us. Doesn't that make you feel bad for him? Why would that make me feel bad for him? I feel bad for him for other reasons. But just because he makes content online is such like a... That is a selfish reason to care about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If you really think that the reason to care is because it could happen to you or me too. You don't care about this? That's selfish. That's like a selfish perspective to have.
People literally killed him. I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating.
I didn't see any tweets from you. I didn't see any rip Charlie Kirk tweets. You didn't post like Tim Pool and say, Charlie Kirk's in critical condition, but he's going to make it through. He's alive. And then 2 hours later going, Charlie Kirk has passed away. Like you're not just fucking engagement farming. It's crazy.
Debating him while it happened. And I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you.
He couldn't even explain why he wouldn't watch it. What is the reason to not watch the perspective of the person who was debating Charlie Kirk at the moment of his assassination? Do you think that it's like a cash grab? Did you feel like it was disingenuous from Andrew's part? Did you feel like from a clip you saw that the guy was trying to still talk down like on Charlie Kirk or something? Like, what is the actual reason? But no, it's just, well, you didn't say anything. Just go back to the original point. Can't the simple argument about black versus all lives matter is that matter symbolizes symbolizes, represents the inequalities African Americans face and still do. It is supposed to express the inequality and contrast. No, exactly. And you're right. But they don't care because they're just thinking about, they're not caring about like the historical or social relevance of a specific topic. What they care about is the way that they feel about the phrasing. Feelings over facts, you know.
I want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that like is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are 50, 60 years old, do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know.
Does he think that when he's like 50, 60 years old, he's going to be like some private news anchor or something, like on his own private news channel? I'm so confused as to what he's saying here.
They have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota. And then when he does expose it, they investigate the person.
Well, again, it didn't just take one person because, like you said, you quite literally got information from somebody who got information from the government. I forget. I honestly completely forgot what this has been so confusing. But by the way, it sounds like he got the information from the government, and he wants to act like, oh, I did this all by myself.
Expose the fraud versus investigating the fraud taking place. Nobody has trust in them. Their trust is at all-time low because people like me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me an ICE agent outside the daycare, and also talking to the man who's lived there for 8 years who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once my grandparents aren't here anymore.
Which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
Yeah.
But at that point, I think mainstream media will not really be a thing.
So what can we do to avoid the mistakes that mainstream media made in the past? Because at one point they were quite trusted.
Yeah, at one point they were quite trusted. But actually, were they? Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history? And at that time, they didn't have social media to combat the information at that time.
I'm just talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive news media corporate competition taking place to where people were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle. Like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You
your
could
TV.
even go back, I mean, honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s, post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where cable networks had to keep their airways on all the time. So they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would get somebody, 2 people who fundamentally disagree, and just have them yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep people watching. So news kind of became like soap opera. Everything kind of became about engagement, like almost like reality TV. And then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid to say when I ask you, what are Somalians known for?
What a great statement. I need to hear that again. We need to call things out for facts. What?
Listen.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid to say when I ask you, what are Somalians known for? You're afraid of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No, to clarify.
You knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew, in your mind,
well,
you
you're
knew
asking
pirate.
me to think in a stereotypical mind, what do I think comes... what's the first
stereotype? Say it, though.
You're asking me what's the first stereotype that comes to mind when I think about Somalia.
This is like as stupid as being like, what do you think of when you think of Egypt? Pharaohs. That's what they do. They're still living out in the sand. They're still like it's such like a dumb, reductive way of thinking. If he isn't afraid of facts, he should be okay being called racist. He's the true, see, it's funny because we've talked about this before, the differences between true racists like Nick Fuentes and people that are just truly ignorant. And I think this is a pure case of someone who is truly ignorant. Like just not not many neurons firing, one might say.
Oh yeah.
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
And what are they known
Captain
across
Phillips.
the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged with the community on a level to where I can actually say like they're known for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
But that wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for? And of course, I'm thinking of the movie because it's a Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're committing some sort of piracy in Minnesota. 89% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and that's a fact. When we talk about building trust in the future.
Wait, what? Wait, what did you just say?
It's a fact that they're committing some sort of piracy in Minnesota. 89% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and
89% of the fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. Is that what he's saying?
that's a fact.
Like within a year, within like what span of time? Like I'm that figure is very vague.
When we talk about building trust in the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Walz goes on TV and calls people like me a white supremacist, it's my responsibility to call Tim Walz. He's enabled this to happen because he's afraid to be called a racist or an Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars. And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called.
It's just funny though, because he's like, this is such a true fucking statement right here.
An Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars.
Yeah, and those people aren't fucking random Somali daycare workers. And like maybe they are stealing some kind of money, but this is there's a much larger issue going on that you're feeding into and that you're like supporting, while at the same time being like, well, look at all these Somalis, bro. If they didn't have this money, like think about it, everybody would have higher wages. Like it's just confusing the point he's trying to make. Like it doesn't make any sense.
And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe.
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left and the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
I think it's probably the main issue that we're talking
I think Andrew's mic went out.
about.
Mm-hmm.
Deep down, I think that the main difference here is diagnosing how we can get to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have someone like Elon Musk, the smartest man in the world, who offers his help to get rid of fraud here in the United States, that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes, that could potentially give people.
Oh, he's okay. I found what he was talking about. Feeding Our Future fraud case, a $250 million scheme that was the largest pandemic relief fraud charged nationally. Approximately 89% of the roughly 90 individuals charged by federal prosecutors were Somali Americans. For this specific fraud case, not in general, like 89% of fraud cases are what the fuck was he? I'm sorry. I know that was like it might have been a minute or two ago, based on like where we are now. But I was like, I need to look this up. That was. He's just saying shit. Truly.
People better wages, and then they go into potentially to get rid of fraud here in the United States, that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes, that could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems is also the private sector controls so many of these things, like medicine and also real estate. Like, it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes.
Yeah.
It might help people to be able to.
That would only happen through social programs and like that doesn't, again, like what Andrew just said is 100% true. Just giving that money back to the government isn't going to do anything but like feed our military. Like that's literally, like obviously it would go to a couple other things. They would figure out ways, but like in the grand scheme of things, 250 million, even I was just thinking of that number again. 250 million from that is like, it's a fucking drop in the hat. That's nothing. That's literally nothing. People throw that away like people throw away pennies.
Take their dollar to buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. and then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions too that I mentioned early on in the interview is like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say like fraud is totally eliminated and the government has like an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically redistribute to things like making medicine cheaper and helping us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest in social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. And that kind of goes back to having like faith that we hope our politicians are going to do better and work for us and us not be working for them.
Again, faith works for religion. Don't have blind faith in your politicians. Well, we should be trying to, if I see my friend selling drugs and he's made money off of selling drugs, I want the government to stop this. I get him arrested. I get all of the money seized. It'll go into the government's hands and they'll do better with it. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, selling drugs is bad. But acting as though that like somehow solves other issues when the drug dealing is often a product of the systems and like at play. It's just like, I don't even know. I'm feeling like Papa God. I'm losing my mind.
Trump's the only president of our lifetime who's actually not even collecting a salary. Other than what people will say, he's feeding his ego. Well, he's actually not even taking a salary. He's lost money. He's been attacked. He's been nearly shot and killed twice. He's had, I think, was it 2 or 3 assassination attempts? I want to say 3. The guy in Pennsylvania, the guy at his golf course, and there's another one. And people want to keep demonizing Trump like he's some sort of devil. He's not even taking a salary. He wants to put tariffs on other countries with the goal of hoping that we can have more money. And actually with that tariff income, he's even given military a bonus for Christmas. Yeah. And people are saying tariffs are bad. Why should we be paying more money than Indonesia for sending stuff into our country?
That's a good question.
So
but it's also like, if Trump's cutting all these different social programs and stuff, who's to say that if he had more money, he would reinvest in the people?
He's not. For instance, when people say he's cutting out funding for food stamps, he's telling people, all right, you're on it for this amount of time, but you need to be showing that you're trying to get off it. Trump is actually incentivizing people to go make a better life for themselves.
That's not incentivizing. That is it's forcing you to like break, to work to the bone is basically the idea. Trump's saying, well, you can be on there for a certain amount of time, but work harder. Work harder, sweaty. What's the issue? Like, some people legitimately just cannot afford living, just in general. Some people don't have safety nets, don't have family or friends, and they need those things or they will just become homeless. And obviously there are people that abuse the system. But again, that's why we need a stronger system, not just to take the system away. Or to like, you make this system stronger. You don't just start like hacking away at it thinking that that's going to solve things.
He's even giving children, he's showing kids how to invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for them. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each child, like, I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now, you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever.
Right.
Invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for him. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each...
I gotta be honest, I didn't know the owner of Dell was Michael Dell. Hello, it's me, Steve MacBook. That was his real name.
Child, like, I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now, you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever before get involved in the politics. And not because they want to, but because they've been forced to. But then you see people come after them for it. I don't know what you're going to title this video.
Yeah, that is it. Because like I'm thinking about it and like I'm like weighing it in my head. But the way you've said it is just so funny and it just clears everything. Kids should definitely learn to invest money at a young age. He's so right. Make these kids billionaires for real. It's just like legit. like, obviously you want your kids to reach financial security and financial stability, but like and part of that is learning about investments and where, like, how to invest your money properly. But I don't know, like, feeding into, like, I don't know if this is the right word. Here, I'll wiggler real quick while I'm looking this up. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Like, trying to teach your kids about, like, corporatism as, like, the end all be all feels kind of negative in a way. It feels like you're going to teach people about greed very young.
Video.
Nick Shirley interview.
Okay, sick. Yeah, but I just think there's so many issues in the United States right now, and we can actually go out and combat them. We can combat the immigration crisis. We can say that illegal migrants should not be here. The word is illegal. If you're going to come after me for exposing fraud, something is morally wrong with your brain, where you've gotten to the point where you think fraud is good.
That perspective is probably more like these people are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
They're not, though. They're here in America. We all have the same opportunity. They're Somalian Americans.
Well, there's pretty significant like funding and financial disparities between areas in the U.S.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
But welfare doesn't necessarily cover everything. It's not like they give you like, a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best
He quite literally just explained to you why that's not true.
Life I can possibly create for myself. Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States citizen, whether you're black,
just not the case.
Black, Mexican, Asian. I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have a Asian, Japanese man. I don't know.
Yes, in the media space, it is much easier to, like, diversity is like, that's just so stupid. Because part of the thing that you're arguing against is like the diversity. Like you're like, because, oh God, it's just like he doesn't understand how all of the things he's talking about kind of work in tandem. And so he's like speaking about things in such like a contradictory manner when talking about like immigration, but then also like the inclusion of different demographics within different like different jobs. It's just like he just really doesn't get it. Let me racially profile your crew real quick. Hold on.
Know who he is. You have a Mexican with a face tat.
Look at that Mexican and all the opportunity he's got. And what about him?
He's a white American with face tattoos, and he's working just with you.
Yeah.
So the fact that people think that they don't have the same opportunity or they can't go create a lifestyle they want, I don't believe in that. I've never worked for anybody in my entire life. I've created everything I have. Who knows what I can do in the next 20 years.
Yeah, same here. I'm 28. So maybe you and I will be...
What's your plans for the future, Andrew?
Man.
Because do you want to make YouTube videos until you're like 60?
Yeah, I want to make YouTube videos until I'm 85.
That'd be sick.
So what do you want to do in the future? What's the long-term plan?
Long-term plan would be, I think what you just saw is actually creating change inside of America, a video that actually created change. And so I'd like to continue making the world a better place, whether it be through cutting off fraud or speaking out against corruption or helping the old lady next to me.
And are you ever worried the Matrix will come for you if you continue to accrue power and influence?
Well, they are. Like when you say the Matrix, like I think that's like the mainstream media or people, but like who do you think the Matrix is?
I think it's the C-suites of the corporations that own the major news channels.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but that's why I think it's so important that we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still make a business off of people who support you.
Is there any coverage that you regret at all?
I'm throwing Steven Crowder there at the end as a little, giving him a little too much praise there, Andrew.
Yeah, there actually is some coverage that I think I've like messed up on. Or not that I necessarily messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed.
Yeah, there's a few things I got wrong. Actually, never mind. I didn't get anything wrong, but like, maybe I could have done it better. I don't know. I'm pretty great though.
It's just hard because when you're making
it's just difficult. Everything's just difficult, you know?
video every single week. You just can't be like the expert on every topic. So there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video, and I was missing, I kind of like geographically, I'm from Utah, so.
Didn't Trump commit fraud? No. But when Trump does illegal stuff and gets prosecuted, that shows how faulty our, like, think about it, bro. Our judicial system's fucked. The president's, like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. Except when I want it to benefit me, and then I'll show a bunch of legal cases and act as though they're all, he's swinging with quite the double-edged sword.
So all the mountains and stuff, like north to south. And when I was in Ukraine, they asked me, like, do you want to go to where the first place where Russia invaded, which was a place called Busha? And I didn't know like whether I was north, south, west. And then somebody interviewed me after, because I had criticized where U.S. tax dollars were going. Somebody interviewed me after asking me, did you go to the east? And I said, well, yeah, I went to Busha. I thought that's where Russia initially invaded. That was one of the main places they invaded before trying to go to Kyiv. So that was like a mistake on my end. And I felt so bad after that. But it was just a mistake that we had made, and I just made it publicly. It didn't make me want to do YouTube less. It was just a learning lesson, which is hard for people to have an actual learning lesson publicly.
Yeah.
I love me a learning lesson.
Definitely.
I'd actually like to ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do I think that he is somebody who's going to fundamentally change the structure of the U.S. for the better? I don't think so.
So do you think just by like flooding the country with 20 million people helped us with affordability? It's not a human.
Again, you can argue that Biden was ineffective or that Biden was like, those are arguments that you can make, but that does not negate from the nature of Trump's admin. Like, that's just not of Trump and his admin. Like, it's just not the same thing.
Right to receive citizenship here. If anything, it's an opportunity.
Yeah, you literally went to the wrong place. Yeah, sorry, I kind of like just looked past that because it's not even surprising me at this point. He literally said in the beginning, I forget what he was that he said that he went to, but he went somewhere and said he did no research on it. And it's just like, yeah, that seems to be like pretty consistent. Either Trump or illegal immigrants. Pick one. Captain, you have to pick one. Illegal immigrants. If I have to choose.
Get it? And you got to follow the rules for it.
I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
So I think sympathy towards people who want to come in here has in a lot of ways destroyed the opportunity.
I've only ever been attacked by American citizens, so I'll take my chances.
Opportunities for our generation.
I think if sympathy overpowers your ability to look at a situation objectively, that would be an example of you kind of being like hypnotized by the wrong sources of information. But I think you can have sympathy for people struggling looking for a better life.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Landlords have been raising the prices systematically since the 1980s. I mean, the reason you can't buy a house is not because of an immigrant. I mean, they want us to think that because it's an easier scapegoat.
Well, if you look at the graphs, when you receive all this immigration, the price of homes has gone up more than normal.
I don't think those two things are connected. If you look
but just based off simple supply and demand.
Those you can.
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able to sleep in at least 10 million different locations.
Yeah, but we have 340 million people. I mean, I'm just saying home values rising and rent rising is a result of like greedy developers, landlords doing price gouging, so many factors. Like I'm from Seattle, a city with not that much immigration from the border. And since 2013, before all of this stuff, like rent had doubled because of Amazon moving their corporate campus downtown.
And H-1B visas and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying Amazon as a tech company themselves bulldozed my home neighborhood, built apartments for their workers who are legal.
Yeah, I mean, it literally like the immigration like averages about 2 million net immigration per year, which I feel like that's an old statistic, but like that's less than 1% of the population, and you think that that is impacting the housing market on like a large scale. It just seems really dumb.
And most of them are from the U.S., but from surrounding suburbs, and none of us could afford to live, so we had to all move to other low-income areas around, or just build our own way and move into an RV like I did. So I don't think there's a correlation between home values rising and migrants coming.
I think that'd be very stupid to not be able to come to the conclusion that supply and demand is really rising prices.
Landlords raise prices when rich people move in because they go, oh, we got some big bucks in town, like in Aspen or somewhere. We got,
but just a normal size home that used to cost $200,000 now costs $300,000.
So you're saying real estate developers see like a
well, and he's just missing the point that it's because they are becoming more. Oh my God. Yes, they are building up in areas. Rich people and developers move in, buy up the different homes, and then they raise the prices to try and it's. Like he wants to just make it as simple as supply and demand, but it's just like that's not the case anymore. It's like it's greed is what it comes down to, but it's much more complicated and is like a lot to do with the increase because I've like seen the development of like a certain, like I was in like an undeveloped area that has since become like a hot spot for people that are moving into the state. And so it's like you see the increase in houses, like in prices, but then also that matched with the types of people moving in, because then it just increases the prices more because they are moving into the more expensive homes. And then those like the property value, they just all start rising because of that quote unquote supply and demand. And I'm no realtor, so I can't speak on it too well.
You have a bunch of migrants rolling into town. They go, let's jack these prices up. These Venezuelans are rolling in cash.
And then the billionaires are able to come and buy the houses, and it causes the rent to go up, and they're able to charge certain prices. And a migrant can then move in with 8 other migrants, and they can afford rent, versus the one person who has a family with 2 children can't go and get that house because
rent is going up because the richest people in the country don't care about people like you and I. And they're interested in making as much profit as they can and keeping us as poor as possible for as long as they possibly can until regular people can figure out how to get control and get a foothold in the government. I think that they want us to blame migrants because it's easier for them because they don't threaten their power either. So if they can keep us bickering about whether or not this migrant group got here the right way, then nothing will ever change and we're just going to be here forever.
I would beg to differ, but I do think there is corruption within the billionaire class here inside the United States. Just on a matter-of-fact basis, that the issue of supply and demand instantly comes into place when you bring in 20 million people.
If anything, wouldn't they lower the rent?
No, because then they have more competition and they can raise the prices.
I just don't think that immigrants are increasing the density of New York City.
When you bring in 10 million people, there needs to be 10 million locations. Not 10 million, there needs probably 2 million. Still, that's a lot of infrastructure to be up. That's a lot of building to take place. You're going to be able to raise. It's just a supply and demand issue.
Yeah, I just think we fundamentally disagree on that, knowing how just greedy developers are in general. You know,
if people aren't able to afford it, then they have to get Section 8, and then they get stuck in that system where if you make more than $40,000, you're going to lose your Section 8. And then if you go and do better, like there's a whole.
He sounds like the kid. I know it. I know what you're talking about. The kid that goes, you know, when you want him to do you so much that you can do anything.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Housing is not a supply and demand issue. There are plenty of empty houses in the country. Not plenty, but a lot of empty houses. Well, I think that it's like supply and demand is a very fucking small, like, part of the issue. You know what I mean? It's like, it really is like the supply and demand comes down to like the individual areas in which people are buying houses. But then, yeah, the greater issue does end up coming from like corporations and people that owned thousands and thousands of homes that they're like, you know, doing realty for. and then they start jacking up the prices because they have a whole, maybe one state that they have homes in don't like sell any, so then they're jacking up the prices in another state to try and increase their profit. And remember this, because people always talk about the companies and people always look at their bottom line. Everybody cares about the bottom line, their bottom line, but in reality people just care about maximizing profits. Nobody cares about like doing something because it's right and makes you a bit of money. People care about making the most amount of money possible.
Well, the lower class is trapped here inside the United States because
the middle class has been erased by corporatization.
Yeah, and so there's
Aren't most immigrants in America, like for construction and stuff, wouldn't they moving out pump up the manufacturing costs, and in return housing costs go up? Yeah. I mean, that's another aspect that's like, yeah, it's just like, it's not just getting rid of all of the immigrants is not conducive with like a functional economy.
Business sector's been gutted since Reagan.
Yeah, there's a huge issue with affordability and housing, and I think we'd be in a better place if we didn't just let in 10 million people through our borders.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hope that you're right, because that's what Trump is doing. If the border's closed and in 15 years, everybody my age is just living happily in a 3-bedroom family home.
Prices will continue to go up because they go up over time, but at the rate that they were going up was unacceptable, and it screwed over me and your generation. Like, how are people supposed to be able to buy homes?
We can't.
So like, you still won't be able to buy a home, but like Trump's trying. At least he's trying.
Exactly.
But you think closing the border will make it so we can buy a home?
Well, the effects are already in place. The inflation already went up. The houses and the prices have gone up, and the wasteful spending has increased as well. And who's profiting? The billionaires and the
immigrants.
Politicians.
Well, I think they have a vested interest in making sure
and the NGOs.
Changes.
I don't think so. I think there's bad billionaires, and I think there's good billionaires in this world. And I think a lot of billionaires are trying to make a lot of change here in this world. And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president, I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk, I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third.
He's creating innovation and provides jobs to people. Eloquent.
One, I'd have to think about that. Like, I think David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. Mm-hmm. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think that all the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America. And I think a lot of the people I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need $1 billion, and they know that they are able to use their resources.
Well, then why
to create change.
Why do they virtually get, taxed almost nothing, while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state?
Yeah, it's unfair for us. And but that's also how businesses are set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
Yeah. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true.
What the fuck? That's...
Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money?
Yes, making too much money that is not helping the systems that he, claims to care about.
Yeah.
But also benefits off of. So it's like...
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking...
My God, I found out my mortgage payment went up by $400 because insurance rates got jacked up this year and caused me to have negative escrow. So even though I was able to buy a house, the corps are trying to price people like me out of our homes. It's just like, it's disgusting, and trying to act like the issues are the immigrants moving in. It's just so ridiculous.
talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
In Minneapolis, but there's innovation happening elsewhere, right?
Yes, but there's so many restraints happening. Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
Name some more. Nick, keep going. Keep going.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any
Phoenix is actually doing great right now because of all the people moving out of California.
place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's
doing great in terms of economy and growth, but there's some issues for sure.
Not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either. Yeah, so I think what you're seeing is the right is looking to have innovation, looking to succeed, and you're seeing left locations like Democrat-ran cities not.
Arizona is also considered a swing state, so saying Phoenix is, I mean, it leans heavily Democrat, but it's just that's. Like, name me a very specific thing that I want to see. You just name me like 10 answers. Why are you smirking? Because he's proving you wrong?
Not prospering. In fact, they're going backwards.
Those are also the most expensive cities, and they generate the large majority of the tax revenue for the entire country. The San Francisco Bay Area, which is a blue city, probably generates more tax revenue that's used for programs in the entire American South, excluding Atlanta.
Yeah, that probably tells you why there's so much corruption, why there's so much bad, because you use the word programs.
Not programs.
What the fuck? What? You can tell he's a little on edge at the end here. They've started riling him up towards the end. It does seem like the main point of this was to try and maybe make him look dumb, I guess. But Andrew doesn't seem to be doing a very good job at that. He isn't very smart. But you're kind of just letting him... It's kind of like just letting him dig his own grave, I guess. But I know there's a bunch of people who have just been... Like a bunch of people who watched this and just went, Nick Shirley's right the whole time.
All tax revenues, so highways, basically every single thing that we need taxable subsidies for. So these still are economic powerhouses. Like, even money made in a blue state still...
Which city is benevolent? Which one? Name one. Go. Which cities are benevolent?
Cycles back on a federal level to benefit, everything that we use tax money for. The post office, fire stations, cops, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like...
Why are cities... Why is California trying to essentially push out the billionaires by imposing another 5% tax on these people? When billionaires are literally...
Why are they trying to push out billionaires? You mean, why are they trying to make billionaires pay their fair share? Well, that's pushing them out. That's making them leave because they don't want to have to pay that much money. They want to buy a new yacht next year. Like, what is the point you're making? That was so... Like, what?
The one who create opportunities and they create jobs for people. Yet the people who you support, because you say you're left-leaning, are the ones pushing them out.
Well, billionaires are choosing to leave because they don't want to pay an extra 5%, which should kind of tell you what billionaires are about, right?
Yeah, because they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay.
$1 billion is not a difference to $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't, if you have $1 billion that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is, they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay.
$1 billion is not a difference to $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't, if you have $1 billion that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is they're going to face different restrictions inside of a Democrat-ran state.
That's exactly the point, though, because the fact that it doesn't matter to them is the reason that they should be paying more into the economy. Like, it's just fucking... You exactly just outlined exactly why they should be taxed higher. And you're basically saying, well, no, you shouldn't tax them so high because then they're not going to want to help you at all. What? Like, I'm just...
And they're in a Republican state. That's why they all moved to Texas.
Yeah.
That's why Now Elon Musk, he left. He moved to Texas.
Yeah, they're moving to Texas to save money because they don't want their money to be taken and go to the poor.
No.
Yeah, exactly. It should be like you should be criticizing the billionaires for moving, not for the people that want them to pay into the systems that they benefit off of. It's like, oh, they live in these cities because they're so cushy and they love them so much, but as soon as you want them to pay for it, like what?
Happens in California. $24 billion went missing, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you that Gavin Newsom and the NGO industrial complex is embezzling the funds. But those, to me, I know this is probably going to sound crazy, I view them as like not necessarily having the best interests of the people in mind.
Yeah, and those are the people you support.
I don't vote for California Democrats.
You're supporting the left. And right now you have the opportunity.
And this is why it's so stupid, because it's people like this on the left and on the right that do this like it's either or. It's either or. You support the left. That means you totally love Gavin Newsom and everything that he does. You love every aspect of the Democrats and every person that is in politics. That's what it is. You care about them. You love them very much.
To support people who are actually trying to create innovation, change the country. You have the opportunity to. So does everyone watching this video. And if you think that deporting an illegal migrant is wrong, the word is illegal. If you think cracking down on fraud is bad, the word is fraud.
The point isn't that deporting illegal immigrants is wrong. Again, Obama had a higher deportation rate than Trump did when he was in office. It's about the means in which you do it. And again, we could talk about Obama and his presidency. There are things to talk about, good and bad. But to act like it's just like, oh, you just care about, all you do is just care because they're getting illegal immigrants deported. No, it's the means in which we are trying to get this done.
If you think cracking down on the word corruption's wrong, the word's corruption. If you think a girl should be able to play, or a boy should be able to play in a female sport, it's a girl or it's a boy playing against girls. What society benefits have come from the left?
We haven't had a sizable leftist political party in America in American history.
You had Joe Biden.
Liberals. Centrist liberals defending elite interests.
And you had Obama.
Centrist liberal defending elite interests.
So who are you going to support? You need to support somebody.
You're telling me that if you can point me in the right direction of a guy, but I don't see...
Stuff's happening right now. People can't afford houses right now. And then you're talking about
who am I gonna vote
people
for?
Moving out of California.
No, I support.
You're talking about programs.
I support.
That's the reason why it's California's one of the most expensive states in America.
I support voting on a local level, especially. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. So I support voting on a local level for sure.
And if we want to create change nationally, if you have to support somebody, you have to choose.
Now we have to choose.
So if you have to choose between the Democrats and Republicans.
Well, you just said yourself that the corporate media machine is on the verge of collapse. What makes you think the two-party electoral system is going to last any longer?
Quite frankly, it'll be impossible for an independent group at this point in time. I think in 50 years when the boomers are gone, mainstream media will die. But as of right now, they're still going to thrive. And right now, in this moment of time, we have to choose who's going to create the most.
You literally did not answer the question at all. You literally just sidestepped it completely. What?
Innovation and change and make America a more prosperous country.
But Trump can't even release the Epstein files.
He has released them. And he did react, and that's his Achilles heel, is this Epstein file thing.
Yeah.
It's his Achilles heel. Him fucking children is just his Achilles heel. What? Him, like it's just... I'm sorry to be so, like that was a very, I'm actually, tripping. That was... sorry to be so uncouth. That genuinely enraged me that he called it his Achilles heel. Oh my fucking God.
So we can't do anything about that, but what we can do is talk about fraud. We can talk about homelessness. We can talk about all of our money going to, we can talk about going back to fraud, about 7% of our taxes going to fraud. We can talk about how $24 billion went missing for homelessness in California and how they're incentivized to keep people homeless so they can...
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that part, the murdering of a newborn that that recently I literally looked up I can somebody send me a link to that? The article, it wasn't an article, it was I'm pretty sure I saw it on a government website, but it was a file basically talking about a girl confessing to, part of it was redacted, but to Trump paying her uncle to redact it with her. And then Trump was also there when her uncle killed her newborn when she was, I think she was 13 or something, killed her newborn and threw it in Lake Michigan, I think is what it was. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, here it is. Literally, first thing. I am not a robot. Federal Bureau of Investigation, unclassified, from justice.gov. Boom, boom. I think it was it was one of these last pages. So here was the part. It said, I don't see how you could see this and be like, oh, well, I don't know. People just want to get at Trump. People just say anything about him. I am just wanting to reconnect with the original detective that called me, and I offered information about this. How is contact known? He was orchestrating a deal along with my uncle where different men and a few women and girls would come to a variety of boats and yachts and pay money to force me to do redacted with them when I was 13 and pregnant. Yes. He participated regularly in, so does it have the, so it says Trump here, witness information, first name Donald, last name Trump, age 70. Additional info, again, just trying to find out the New York Police Department detective on the FBI sex trafficking task force that called me a couple of weeks ago and spoke to me about some of these issues. How is contact known? He participated regularly in paying money to force me to blank redacted with him, and he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. So this is just a witness statement. This is just like a victim statement. This never went to court. This never, but like, again, there are things that he's been tried for in court and been found liable for, and people want to still just be like, well, actually, that doesn't matter either. Yeah, it's insane. It's actually insane.
Continue receiving money from the state.
Yeah, that's all true.
Right? Mm-hmm. So we can actually do stuff that creates change. We can't tell Trump to go release the Epstein files. And it's just because you support Trump doesn't mean you support everything he does. Mm-hmm. But he's the man in office right now, and you do need to think who's going to be able to create the change. And how are we supposed to be able to do it?
Well, he's in office, so I'm saying now is the chance to prove to people like me and like other people that positive change can happen. And if he does, it's Team Trump
I would
forever.
say he's trying to,
yeah.
But you're seeing what happens when he says he wants to go deport illegal migrants, leftist judge block his orders, or when he wants to deploy the National Guard to Chicago to make it a safer place, Democrats weaponize it. Like, do you agree that Chicago's a safe place? Would you agree the west side or south side of Chicago is a safe place?
I think that the west side and the south side are not safe places. However, I'm not sure how deploying the National Guard to that particular ICE facility out west is going to change the situations in O Block or somewhere like that.
Okay, so take a look at Memphis, for instance. They allowed the National Guard to go in there. Or if you take a look at Washington, D.C., they allowed the National Guard to go in there, and crime significantly went down. In 2025, murders are the lowest they've been in years.
Well, they've been declining steadily since '94.
It's the lowest they've been in years.
One thing I want to push back on, too, is the conservative narrative that America was at its most dangerous point before Trump started cracking down. If you look at a graph, homicides have been trending downward since the mid to late 90s for a long time. We're actually in the safest time. Every single...
You do need to think who is supposed to create the change. Why don't support Trump? Things bad. He president. He can make change. Things, why you don't agree with me? He might be trying, but he isn't succeeding. It's just everything is so... It's like it's literally like it's a real world equivalent of when in a cartoon, I know I kind of talked about this earlier, but like when a cartoon character walks on a rake They get hit in the face with a rake, and then they like stumble, and then they hit another rake. That's basically what he's done this entire interview.
Single year gets more safe than the last. And of course, there are certain cities like St. Louis, Baltimore, Memphis that will always have some degree of violence, but things are not that bad in the U.S. as far as gun violence goes. They're really getting a lot better. So if things continue, I think that we'll gradually be able to root out the problem.
If you look at the graph, it's an exponential drop in violence here in the United States.
I wouldn't say exponential. I mean, I think
it's a pretty
if you look
large
at the
dip.
video we did about Baltimore, that they were able to cut homicides in half, and Trump didn't send anybody there. They did it all, inside the community.
Yeah, it's amazing. Cheers for Baltimore for doing that. Maybe if places in Chicago took that same initiative, it would happen, but they're not. So therefore, we have to trust the people in office who have.
Oh my fucking God, this idiot. He's like, yeah, well, we're not going to give them time to figure that out. We're just going to go in there and do it ourselves.
Have the power to actually go make a change and to send a National Guard and to actually use them to make that place a safer place.
So what would they do in a place like South Chicago where you have like 50 blocks that are in food deserts with no health care?
If you had a National Guard man patrolling the streets, do you think young gangsters would feel emboldened to go and steal from the gas station?
Yeah.
Like, we have the military, we have them. We have law enforcement, we have laws. People haven't always been walking around in shiesties and shooting people up.
They've always been shooting people. The shiesties came from Pooh Shiesty, who, by the way, is free now, and he's back in Memphis, so the homicides might be going up.
They're actually going down because the National Guard was there in Memphis.
Well, I heard his song, and he said the war's back on, whatever, but that's probably not reflective of the data.
So, like, everything we're talking about, like, they're trying to make a difference here in the United States, and we should also be trying to create change with our platforms and with our journalism. What I just did is I exposed fraud, and within I think it was the next day, they freeze funding for childcare in Minnesota until a business can prove their.
Well, I think that just proves how like chronically online our administration is. That they saw all of this, like, it's not like you did some high-level expose. You're just some guy with a YouTube channel that did a kind of a shitty video.
They're legit. And all they have to do is prove they're legit. But no business has been able to send them proof of legitimacy inside of Minnesota. What does that tell you?
Didn't he say it was like 3 days?
But you mentioned the ABC Learning Center in particular.
Yes.
And I mentioned that they did, I'm not sure if this is real or not, but they did release footage of kids entering and exiting the building during operating hours on the same day that you guys were there.
And their capacity is for 40 children. In that video, there was 12 children. And that place.
What are you saying?
This receives $1 million.
That doesn't matter.
But you do admit there was kids.
Yes, and I don't doubt that there are kids inside of some of these daycares. It'd be very stupid of a business to receiving millions of dollars and not to show face with a few kids. It'd be very stupid.
Do you see also how some people could say that you pull up with a couple dudes and cameras and they would get suspicious and not want to let you guys inside?
I can understand that, but they should be able to say, and when I ask the question, how do I enroll my son, little Joe, into daycare?
Well, there's probably not that many Somali kids named Joey in Minneapolis.
Okay, so then why is it only for Somalians inside these daycares? Where's the white little kids inside these daycares?
Maybe they don't go to like federally funded daycares. They get probably taken by their white parents to.
So who's being robbed?
I suppose in this premise, the taxpayer.
Yes, the hardworking taxpayer, while Somalians are taking and committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
Have you ever personally been defrauded?
And again, that's just a fake claim. That's not actually true. It was 89% of an individual case of 90 people. So not even 100% of this specific case. It was 90 individuals and only 89% of them. I don't know what that number would be. I don't know why they didn't just give a hard number, but only 89% of those 90 were Somalian or were Somali. So it's like, that is a lot. But again, you're talking about an individual case, not the full fraud done in Minneapolis as a whole.
I have.
What happened?
I gave a man money thinking that he was going to give me back on a loan, and he never did.
Did you try to pursue any judicial means to get accountability for that?
In the process right now.
Wow, that would be a crazy full circle moment. Don't you see this as potentially being a story that really evolves into a probe of the Democratic establishment in Minnesota and how they're kind of sloppily just allocating all these different federal and state funds as opposed to specifically highlighting the Somali community? Or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any of these daycares.
You guys fucking, oh my God.
You'll find it.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any of these daycares. Not a single white woman opened up the door.
Did he actually show it to him?
A lot.
Because he was looking at basically what I saw, which proved him wrong. And he just went, see, 89%. See, here's the number, 89%. I feel like that's what he's doing.
A lot of them could barely even speak English.
I mean, that's literally what I looked at, and it does prove him wrong, even in what he was looking at.
English. Yeah, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims really have 4 wives. And inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Women.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have?
As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers, and I absolutely love it.
And if I look at it on the fact check on Como News, yeah, it says the same thing about the 89% of those charged in the Feeding Our Future case are Somali Americans. According to the reporting of the Associated Press. Oh, we're going all the way to the top. There we go. Here's the AP article. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, so he is wrong. And I don't know if Andrew was trying to pull this up to show him as right. But it says right here, not from an official source. The claim has been widely circulated, but the official information from U.S. authorities specifies the demographics of those charged in specific large-scale fraud cases, and then talks about the specific cases like Feeding Our Future.
Just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here.
The irony of a Mormon saying Muslims have multiple wives. I was saying this the other day. I saw somebody say this, and it's so true. Mormonism is just Islam for white people. That's all it is. Think about it. It's just Islam for white people. You have a prophet that got contacted by an angel that had a separate person write the story for them while it's literally just Islam for white people. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any of these daycares.
And also, I don't know, did Joseph Smith claim to be the final prophet?
Single white woman opened up the door. A lot of them could barely even speak English. Yeah, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims really have 4 wives. And inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Women.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have?
Okay, so Mormonism does teach that there are still prophets that can come today. And that the elders work as prophets, going door to door.
As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers, and I absolutely loved it.
The general
I do like showing that off too, yeah, because it is also just ironic.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have?
As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers, and I absolutely loved it.
The general population, 99% of the population in Utah, do not. That's why also going back to the point of being called why we don't call ourselves Mormons, because you can misconceptualize that with groups that left the original Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I would argue that less than 1% of Muslims in America have more than a single wife.
I don't know.
I learned this I had a Mormon friend when I was a kid, and we were in middle school, and he had like a deconstruction from his Mormonism. And he said that one of the reasons was because he started looking up the history of Joseph Smith, and basically the reason that Mormonism allows for multiple wives is because he was caught like committing adultery in a barn or something, and then basically was like, no, God told me that I need to spread my seed and have as many wives as possible. It's not a crime, I swear.
Religion allows them to have it. Maybe if they are, good for them. But that is a thing that they are able to have 4 wives. It's in their religion, and it's not against the law.
I'm just saying, when's the last time you seen a Muslim guy with just 4 wives?
Well, they treat their woman differently. You'll never see a man. You'll never see a Muslim man praying side by side with his wife. They're treated differently.
So you feel like there's societal and cultural differences that make people from Islamic societies incompatible with the U.S.?
I think if you ask a Muslim man, if we were to go to war with a country in the Middle East, ask them who they would support. That will tell you everything you need to know.
I'm on it.
Yeah, and with the daycare fraud, there's legit videos. You can find them. These daycare owners then going and giving the woman cash, and that's why you also have 81% living on welfare, because a lot of the women don't have to claim the money that they just received from working from these daycares. It's a whole entire corporation. You have daycares, you have home health cares, you have adult daycares, you have transportation companies, you have translators that take these people to the hospital, and they're all working for that same group, and they're all receiving millions of dollars.
Yeah, the NGO
in cash.
The NGO iceberg is pretty crazy.
And so why would you be actually doing paperwork correctly or giving these women paperwork if you know if you don't pay them on paper, you can just give them cash?
Yeah.
And then they can go and claim welfare and get food stamps and then claim housing and get free housing. Why would you do that? It's obviously it's fraud, but it's screwing over Americans.
Well, it's time to stop getting screwed.
I 100% agree. And so we have the opportunity to make that change, and we have to do it, or else
we're going to keep getting screwed.
We're going to keep getting screwed.
And, I think that's the Nick, Shirley, Andrew Callahan message is whoever you are, stop screwing us.
Yes.
All right, bro. Appreciate your time.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority.
Sorry, I was trying to look at the Mormonism thing about having multiple wives, seeing if it's in the Book of Mormon too. So actually in the Book of Mormon, it does condemn polygamy. Plural marriages. I wonder why that shift happened. That is interesting. But what a ride indeed. Did we learn anything, folks? No, not really. Didn't think so. If you have time, maybe Papa Gut. Is the Papa Gut thing short? Because I've been going longer than I meant to already. Did he make a video of it? Oh, crap. My crash out and apology to Caleb Hammer.
Well,
okay.
Happy 2026 to me. Yeah, man. So I kind of woke up to this post that it looks like the entirety of my incredibly pathetic and embarrassing crash out. I mean, let's just be absolutely real, from my stream yesterday. And I kind of want to address it. There's 3 big things I'm not happy with myself with. And I'm going to go in least severe to most severe. Just to get it out there. Mostly an apology to Caleb Hammer. I've already talked to him privately, but I'm pretty sure he hadn't seen this yet.
Unhinged liberal Papa Gut has a full meltdown at Sir Caleb Hammer over the Somali scam story, falsely claiming he exposed Nick Shirley for lying about an address. Papa Gut was completely wrong. He panics and deletes the stream instantly in total embarrassment. Got him.
This is horrible. I'm very upset with myself now.
We might not finish it, but we'll get it started and see, and then I'm gonna end the stream.
It's just a nasty person. What a piece of shit I am. So I wanted to talk about that and kind of just clear it out and get it out there and say my piece. And yeah, so move on. I mean, what else are we gonna do? So I had a stream yesterday. You know, I had a stream where I was reacting to Nick Shirley's newest video. Absolute banger from Shirley. Thank you so much, King. Keep it real, King. You know what I mean? But okay, I gotta stop being stupid. And in the stream, I had, like I said, a pathetic, embarrassing crash out. I went off on something that I was super wrong about too. And when I realized it, I said something along the lines of like, you know, oh, I just crashed out for nothing, and I turned the stream off and I put it on private. Obviously, let's be real, I'm hoping that people wouldn't see it. It's an embarrassing moment, but they have, and you know, that's just kind of the way that things work on the internet. It's been a while since I've been relevant enough to capture some of my streams. You know, if I want to be more mainstream, I gotta be more productive and intelligent about the way that I express myself. This is pretty big, like, you know, like, hey, get your shit together. It almost.
What was happening? Was Caleb Hammer giving like a big ups to Nick Shirley or something?
It feels selfish to be able to find a productive message out of this, like, hey, you have to keep your shit together. But you know, yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. So let me go through the three things, like what I'm ashamed of myself for, again, in least severe to most severe, and really just kind of explain myself as why I had this problem, because I've been thinking about it obviously like all night. I'm like, what is wrong with me? You know, even if this didn't come out, I'm still like, what is wrong with me? Like, how did I do what I did? Let me just kind of express what I've been thinking about. Tier 1 is just the crash out in general. You know, even if I was in the right, I'm 35 years old, dude. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown on a stream. That's just pathetic. You know, that is an unproductive expression of anger. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I need to grow up and just get my shit together. You know, it's in general. You know, everybody has their moments of anger.
No, yeah, that's how I'm feeling, madman. Like, we're already 2 minutes in. Get to the fucking point. We get it. You feel sorry. You feel so sorry about this. Cut to the chase.
But like, I really should be better than this. Apparently, I'm not. You know, because it's just fucking pathetic. So I'm already happy. I'm not happy about that in general. That's not how I really want to communicate myself as a content creator. I would like to be somebody that's a little more intelligent. You know. Maybe I'm just smart enough, but just dumb enough to think I'm somebody that could be known for being intelligent. I don't know. I don't know, man. Though this kind of communicates that. You know, but the crashing out in general is just not how I want to communicate myself. I'd like to think that I have a little bit more to offer than just fucking unintelligent screaming and rambling. He's like a fucking moron. So I guess we'll see with the rest of this year how that goes. But I do think that I have a little more to offer, and in general, this is not the way that I want to, you know, communicate myself onto the internet. I think that like there's more productive ways that I can express myself and counteract things that I disagree with, like of course the Nick Shirley video. And I simply didn't do that, and that was just me yelling and having like a fucking meltdown, and that was childish in and of itself. Again, regardless of whether I'm right or wrong. But guess what? I was like super wrong. This is embarrassing. You know, it is what it is, but I was super wrong. There was a moment in Nick Shirley's video where he went to, I think it was like 607 Cedar, but it said South Cedar. And I'm like, Nick, you're not at the right place, right? And I looked it up on I looked it up and I found it on MapQuest. I'm just going to show you because it's so fucking embarrassing. You know, for me, it's like I've done that before where I've like forgot to put like the north in and I go to a completely different place. You know, and so I was like, wait a minute, you know.
Now it looks like my chat is Papa Guts chat.
I'm an idiot, but let me just show you. So yeah, I got everything on the screen now. So this is where Nick Shirley was, 607, you know, Cedar Avenue. As you can see, I also had this MapQuest pulled up, and it's of the Oromo Resource Center of Minneapolis, which has been closed for a while now, or rather it shut down this location and they moved. So anyway, I'm looking at the difference between this map and Google Maps, and I'm like, wow, this looks really different. I don't know if you guys know it. It's not. It just looks different. So basically, I allowed myself to get tricked by something a third grader would get tricked by, which is, wow, see, this is different from this. It's not. It's simply not. It's simply not different. So, you know, I thought it was. Again, to their credit, I guess, you know, this could be fraud. It seems like there used to be a resource center here. And it looks like they had originally filed to that resource center. It inevitably shut down and moved, and they just had not updated their location, or it could be fraud. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, we're at this point. Like you can see down here after Shirley's video.
That is very odd.
It looks like they changed their address to something else, right?
Oh, okay. So they did fix it.
Right. So, it could be just a simple clerical.
And where was it that Nick Shirley went to? It's because he was using. Imagine having such a huge flub like this because you decided to use MapQuest. I'm sorry, Papa God. I just cannot relate to this at all. Okay.
For instance, why didn't he just call the numbers on the sign to see if he could get little Shirley in to the daycare? We didn't see that in his video. It feels intentional. Why didn't he show up when the daycares were opening to see if kids were going in there? It kind of feels intentional. That would be.
Oh, it's just that he thought it was a separate place. It was okay.
Either way, like that's not really the point of this video. The point of this video is that mostly to put an apology to Caleb Hammer. But there are like a lot of different things I have an issue with, and obviously this. I look so fun. I look so funny here. I look so good. Makes me look like a fucking moron. Let's be real. I scrolled through this video. I didn't notice there's something.
Okay, that's def. Just someone didn't update the info. I run into this all the time with my clients. I mean, especially if you have a different mailing address than your file. Usually, I could totally imagine people just not caring about updating their filing information and just doing like a re-registration type of thing.
In here at some point that just says Papa Gut's fat and dumb or something.
Or I guess they didn't even do that. They just left it open or whatever.
Papa Gut is an idiot in this. It's true. I am an idiot. I mean, what else can I say? I got nothing here. I'm fucking pathetic. So that's that part. That's embarrassing. Like I got something so wrong in the crash out. But frankly, I'm not even trying to be a dick. I don't really I care about those things. But the reason I really feel like I want to talk about this is because I say some really nasty stuff about a friend of mine, and I've been kind of thinking, like, why would I do that? Caleb is like a legitimate friend of mine. We've been friends for like a while, and he reached out to me. He saw like a video of mine that he appreciated, and he reached out to me, and we've been chatting here and there ever since. And he's come on and like talked to me for my platform, and I've gone on to his live platform when I disagreed with something. I mean, he's been nothing but.
I think this is like a perfect example, though, of like give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Because like Papa Gut got one instance of just one thing wrong. In the grand scheme of things, is very like minimal to the actual point that is being made about Nick Shirley. But then beyond that, it's like they're not willing to actually contend with any of the other arguments because they have this thing that they can just shit on.
He's been like nothing but like a nice guy. Dude, that's actually thinking about it. I'm actually thinking it's really shitty. Like, what an asshole. I'm actually really upset about it. He's been nothing but a good guy. Like, even when we disagree, and last time we had a disagreement over like, I felt like he was going a little too far right. Okay. So I made a video about it and he watched it and he's like, hey, you want to come on the show and talk about it? And it's like, I allowed myself to fucking blow up. Like, how unreasonable. What kind of a person? Why would you even bother watching me as a content creator if I do that? And I've been trying to think like, why did I do that? Like, why would I allow myself to be so fucking pathetic? I'm not 20 anymore. Back then, being emotional and shooting from the cuff is, almost like, oh yeah, you're 20, you're dumb. I'm 35. Why would I do that? So I've been thinking about it. Talking to my wife about it. It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to be aware of yourself to that degree of like, why exactly am I engaging in such shitty behavior? And I've a little soul searching. And so,
Papa Gut, it's okay. Mwah. Little kiss on the head for him.
So, in general, like I'm generally frustrated, and I think the frustration is valid, but the disproportionate expression of that frustration and anger is disgusting. But like I'm frustrated with this general administration. I know there's a lot of people who wouldn't resonate with that message. They wouldn't be like, oh, that makes sense. Especially people on Twitter. But for me, it's been very frustrating since he got elected. When he got elected when Trump specifically we're talking about, when he got elected the first time, I was like, okay, let's see how this goes. And it didn't seem to be super productive. We ended up voting him out in the midterms. And this time around, it's been like more frustrating. There's been just a lot of things that have been very frustrating. You know, the most recent.
Sucks that Caleb is getting psyoped by right-wing Twitter. It's getting tougher to be charitable to him. I don't think he's necessarily getting psyoped. I think he's always been a bit of an edgelord. You know, he's one of those people that's like able to mask their edgy nature. I don't know how to explain it, but like he does it well to a degree, but then like it's been seen with like the conversations and stuff he's had in the past where I don't necessarily think of him as like, people have tried to make other claims about him and his character, and I've always just seen him as a bit of like edgelord fuckhead, I don't know, something like that hides behind finance
and stuff like the constant threat of our allies. You know, some unnecessary tariffs, for instance, for like with like Canada. And I'm going to over-explain just so that you know where I'm coming from for people who don't get it. And I know the Canada thing was like last year, but there's been so many controversies that just rolling by. It all feels like a distraction for like the Epstein files that he promised to release, and he never really released them. And it seems like there's controversy after controversy every single time. You know, it's hey, what's going on with that? All of a sudden, there's a new controversy. But you know, him blaming Ukraine for starting the war. Him going after Greenland, him tariffing a bunch of countries like Canada, for instance, that, you know, if you look at the numbers, they actually spend more on American goods per person, they're a smaller country, than we do on Canadian goods. And it's like, we're going after all these partners and these allies, and, you know, we're destroying those where, you know, ICE is fucking crazy, violating people's due process. You know, I was actually watching like a George W. Bush Sr., speech about illegal immigration, and I totally agree with the way I guess the Republicans used to feel, which is like, hey, illegal immigration is a problem. We have to deal with it, but we have to deal with it with some, I guess, nuance and decorum, because these are still people who are coming here to do jobs.
Well, that's what I was about to, I thought this is where it was going to go, because legitimately it does make sense that historically Republicans would probably be in favor of like reducing deportation, because it would increase like financial gain and like, you know, economic, like the whole thing would be about making sure that you have a count of the people that are coming in, even if they aren't in full, like fully processed, would probably be like the best means. But it is a difficult conversation, like obviously.
And we have a dependency onto them because they do jobs that Americans don't want to do. And we need to be delicate and not dehumanize them. But the Trump administration has been very much dehumanizing, you know, illegal immigrants. They're people still. You know, I can respect somebody trying to do their best to provide for their family. And that's frustrating. That's very frustrating for me, especially. You know, and so just a lot of shit going on. There's been a lot of shit, you know, the whole situation where Mark Kelly told different law enforcement agents that they don't have to listen to illegal orders, and the Trump administration threatening to take away his veteran status, stuff like that's a violation of freedom of speech. That's an attempt to go after somebody's freedom of speech. A lot of things have been working me up, and I think it's valid that I'm frustrated, and I think that for the most part I've been expressing that frustration productively, except this time, you know, and that's how it works, isn't it? It's like, you know, you had a little bit of an anger problem, a little bit, I guess, an understatement. I mean, I thought I had it under control. I guess I mostly did, but it's where you have like a valid thing to be upset about, and then you just let it explode, and you express it unproductively. And specifically in Caleb's case, because I really have been thinking about it, I've been seeing a couple of clips here and there of a few things, mostly his clips, like it's what he's putting out there, or a little bit of his coverage. And you know, obviously I have audience members like, oh, Papa, what's going on, Caleb, blah 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 blah. And I remember even saying the other day, I was like, yeah, you know, I think I'll talk to him when I feel like it's more of a productive time, you know, just really putting it off and avoiding talking about it. What I really should have done was just like, oh, you know what, if I have a disagreement, or if I think I have a disagreement, just DM him, or not DM, excuse me, let me just react to something on my stream. That's what I do for a living. I can just react to it and be like, oh, hey, this is wrong. Hey, oh, this is wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the way that I
gotta be honest, does he not show the clip here? Because I'm just going to does he actually show the crash out? Because I'm just gonna go back and look for it. I found it.
This is
But
I look at his
does he play it at all?
Like little, you know, it's like,
okay, Papa Gut, you fucking clickbaited me. Shout out Papa Gut, almost at 100,000 subscribers. Crazy. Here we go.
607 and is not a transportation company.
that's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Oh, Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb Hammer and their fact-checking team of like 30 different employees were able to figure out that they're at the wrong address because they're at 607 and not 607 South. I need to know like how desperate they are to come guzzle fucking conservative propaganda.
See any signs denoting?
I mean,
South. I need to know like how desperate they are to come guzzle fucking conservative propaganda.
See any signs denoting that there's any trans?
Why? Like, what do you do with your money? Do you just like shove it up your fucking ass, or do you actually like spend it on people doing their fucking job? I'm sick of this shit, dude. What the fuck is this?
For a second, I thought this was Deaf Noodles.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. This is crazy.
In this corner.
It's crazy, bro. What the fuck is crazy, dude? You have a fucking. This kid is a retard. Nick Shirley's a fucking retard.
Papa got it.
He's going around lying about the places he's going to, and you sit there and you go, "That's crazy." I'm just in the middle, guys. I'm cum guzzling conservative propaganda because there's no expectation from my fucking audience to fact check anything at all. Taking everything he's saying as a fact when he's not at the correct location on the fucking paper he shows us.
Evie spoke a little too soon there. Spoke a little too soon there. Yeah, came in a little heavy there. Definitely.
In the video. Are you fucking kidding me? You have an like 30 fucking employees, Caleb, where you fail constantly to do basic fucking research as you guzzle this fucking retard's cum. It's so crazy. This fraud is
Yo, he's throwing it around crazy. He was very pissed off because, yeah, like, he really is, like, one of the biggest creators that I've seen do, like, that consistently calls people out for using the R word. This is crazy.
Fucking crazy.
This is fucking crazy, Papa Gut.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Especially about something that's so, like, even if this was true, like, it's just not even... One, it's not something to care about Papa Gut getting, like, getting wrong. This is something to probably be more upset about, and I understand why he would apologize for this. I didn't really understand the apology he was making for but yes, definitely apologize for your language.
What the fuck is this shit? How do you feel? Like, you are so weak. This is so weak. I don't give a fuck if this is a disproportionate crash out. I don't give a singular fuck. This is weak. This is pathetic. You are the facts guy that sits down and you lecture a bunch of fucking weird liberals about how they can't spend their money correctly, but you can't spend tens of millions of dollars to hire somebody to do a fucking Google search. That's insane. That is fucking insane. You made a live stream show so you could cum gargle whatever fucking narrative makes you more successful. And I don't even think it's about the money. I think you just want people to like you. That's fucking gay. Grow.
He really had to round it off there. Here's the thing. I have said this before, but that's... He's like, it's the only thing that will offend these type of people, though. So I mean, Papa Gut hopping on the fire for everybody that gets a smug reaction.
Up! You want people to fucking like you? What are you, fucking stupid? Get your shit together and stop fucking supporting lies. This is so basic. It's Google searches, dude. It's Google searches. It's Google searches. How hard is a Google search? He's at the wrong fucking place.
He's at the wrong place. It's a Google search. How many people failed to Google search every fucking video?
Yeah, Papa Good just calls this guy the N-word for no reason. That's the next one he's about to pop off with.
Is it intentional or is it on accident? You put such a high expectation of success onto yourself, and then you fail to Google search. Holy fuck, that's crazy though, guys. That's crazy. I love it. I love how crazy it is. I'm the both sides guy. I call out extremism everywhere, unless it's in front of my fucking face and I make money on it. Then I don't call it out, because I don't give a shit. Because it's not about being right, it's about wanting to seem right. I want people to like me. I want people on Twitter to like me. I want a bunch of fucking losers who sit all day on the internet being racist to like me. I want racists to like me. Hey guys, look at me. I'm a pick-me fucking Asian. I want racists to love me. This is insane. And you want to know why I'm so angry? Because I'm embarrassed of myself for thinking that you were somebody worth being a fucking friend with. But you can't do basic fucking Google searches or ask basic questions.
It's just funny how that is like a statement at him that is being made to himself now. It's like that is just... And he said he doesn't care that it's disproportionate, but it's just like... You should.
Guys, what's Google? What is Google?
What is MapQuest? What is fucking MapQuest, Papa Gun? I've got to be honest.
How does Google work? How do we do Google? Wait a minute, they're here and they're supposed to be here. Fuck you. What are you doing? You're pathetic. This is fucking ridiculous. This is the sum of your content. This is what the sum of your content has been, Caleb. This is what the sum of your content has been. Ever since you started this live show. The sum of your content has been zero fact-checking and just being completely willfully ignorant so that you can be popular or whatever you want. I fucking defended the shit out of you. Are you kidding me? And I wasn't wrong. I don't defend people because I'm friends with them, but you want to know what? I'm sure, apparently I let some of my bias leak through. This is the weak men making times hard for everybody.
The end is wild too. He gets worse. He ramps back up. I thought he was tapering off.
Stop being a weak man. What the fuck happened? Do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world. Of energy. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong place. It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. It's not the same place. It's not the same place at all. It's not the same place. Just to be absolutely clear. So I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll show it one more time. How is this the same place? This is Cedar Avenue. Dude, I think I'm going to start banning you all. I think I have to start banning all of you.
Okay, he doesn't get more riled up. He realizes and has to kill stream.
This is South 6th Street. Am I fucking crazy? What are you talking about? Oh shit, dude, I'm fucking dumb. Damn, I just crashed out for nothing. Holy fuck. Dude.
Yes, you did.
And again, I'm so sorry to Caleb and crew. I think the crew also deserves an apology. You know, because I said something.
I don't know if they necessarily need an apology. Well, I guess they do because you were calling them stupid and stuff, but I think in general you should probably just apologize for the language that you used when you are always highly critical of others. Because it's not like even necessarily to be like the woke police or whatever, but it's just like it is definitely hypocritical for sure. I gotta clip my reaction to this part. I'll clip it out. But that is going to be the end of the stream for today. I really do appreciate everybody for stopping in. This one was long. It was 4 hours. But you know what next week is. So the start of it, I'm going to start earlier, I think. I might be starting like an hour earlier. That way my streams can still run a decent amount of time before the H3 show starts. But next week is the start of the H3 show coming back. Right? It is next week. Am I stupid? It is next week, right? They said the 19th. So yes, I think that is correct. So, back to the regularly scheduled programs next week. But I'm going to keep my streams going 5 days a week with member streams on Saturdays. You know what it do. This was a wild ride. At least we had some fun today. Thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Do this every Monday through Friday with Saturday streams for members. This is Captain Quasar signing off.